But before we follow him into that mad gamble, we need to go back to the beginning. Because Napoleon's story is not just about war and conquest, it's about a question that still haunts each of us today. Can talent triumph over birth? Can an outsider reach the pinnacle of power? And when you get there, what do you become? If you lose everything, can you start over? More importantly, should you? Let me first tell you why this Corsican, who died 200 years ago, still matters. Right now, as you read these words, 2/3 of the world's countries use a legal system based on the Napoleonic Code. Your civil law, property law, and contract law likely originate from a code established by a short general in 1804. If you live in any society with a merit-based system, the university entrance exams you take and the selection of civil servants can be traced back to Napoleon. If you believe that positions should go to the most capable individuals rather than the sons of nobles, you are echoing Napoleon's revolution. But this is only one side of the legacy. Napoleon was also one of the bloodiest conquerors in European history. His wars killed between 3 and 6 million people, a staggering number in an era without machine guns. He betrayed the ideals of the French Revolution, turning the Republic into an empire and liberty into despotism. He reinstated slavery in Haiti, slaughtering thousands of black people fighting for freedom. He invaded Spain and Russia, committing some of the most horrific war crimes in modern history. Was he a hero or a villain? A liberator or a tyrant? A reformer or a dictator? The answer is that he was all of these. That is why his story still matters. Because Napoleon embodies contradictions. He shows us how great and how terrible a single person can be. To understand Napoleon, you must understand the world in which he grew up. In 1789, when the French Revolution broke out, Napoleon was 20 years old. France, the wealthiest and most powerful country in Europe, was tearing itself apart. Why? Because the old regime had rotted, King Louis XVI was weak and incompetent. The nobility monopolized all power and wealth. The Third Estate, the commoners, who made up 98% of the population, bore all the taxes but had no political power. Enlightenment ideas, the philosophies of Rousseau, Voltaire, and Montesquieu, spread among intellectuals. The slogans of liberty, equality, and fraternity echoed in the streets. But the revolution was not a peaceful philosophical debate. It was violent, bloody, and chaotic. The decade from 1789 to 1799 was one of the most tumultuous periods in European history. Kings were executed, nobles fled or were killed. The reign of terror under the Jacobins saw heads fall daily from the guillotine. The Thermidorian reaction overthrew Robespierre. The Directory was marked by corruption and incompetence. Throughout this time, monarchs across Europe, fearing the spread of revolution, formed coalitions to attack France. France stood against all of Europe, with enemies abroad and chaos at home. This was the backdrop for Napoleon's rise. A nation in need of order, an era in need of a strong man. A moment when ability mattered more than lineage. Because when everything is burning, you don't care whose grandfather was who. You care about who can win the battle. More importantly, he was hungry, not just for power though, that was there too, but for proof. Proof to all the Parisian nobles who mocked his accent. Proof to the French who saw Corsicans as second-class citizens. Proof to the world that talent matters more than bloodline. That hunger would drive him to the pinnacle of power. That hunger would also destroy him. Because for Napoleon, enough was never enough. More importantly, he was hungry. Not just for power, though, that was there too, but for proof. Proof to all the Parisian nobles who mocked his accent. Proof to the French who saw Corsicans as second-class citizens. Proof to the world that talent mattered more than bloodline. That hunger would drive him to the pinnacle of power. That hunger would also destroy him. Because, for Napoleon, enough was never enough. Over the next 2 hours, we will trace the complete arc of Napoleon's journey. From a poor boy in Corsica to emperor of Europe, from emperor to prisoner, from prisoner back to emperor, and finally to a slow death on a lonely rock in the South Atlantic. We will see how he rose with astonishing speed. We will see how he reshaped France and Europe. We will see the fatal mistakes he made. We will see how he lost everything, then reclaimed it with superhuman will, only to lose it again. But more importantly, we will ask, what can we learn from him? The lesson of ambition. Napoleon shows us what happens when you refuse to accept the place society gives you. What happens when you believe talent should determine destiny? But he also shows us what happens when ambition is unchecked. What happens when conquest becomes an end in itself? What happens when you cannot stop? The lesson of institution building. Napoleon was more than a conqueror. He was a lawgiver, a reformer, an organizer. The systems he created lasted for 2 centuries after his empire fell. What does that tell us about the nature of true legacy? The lesson of reform and betrayal. Napoleon was a child of the French Revolution. He claimed to spread liberty, equality, fraternity, but he established a dictatorship. He restored noble titles. He crowned himself emperor. Did he betray the revolution or save it, or both? The lesson of knowing when to stop. This may be Napoleon's most important lesson, because it was the one he never learned. In 1812, after the disaster in Russia, he could have accepted a compromise peace. He would have retained France, Italy, and the Rhineland. He would have retired as one of Europe, as greatest rulers, but he could not stop. He needed more. That inability to stop destroyed him. It destroyed his soldiers. It destroyed his empire. It even, ironically, destroyed the very ideas he sought to spread. What do we learn from this? What do entrepreneurs learn from this? What do politicians learn from this? What does anyone with ambition learn from this? Napoleon died in 1821, yet his influence is everywhere. Your legal system, your education system, how you get promoted, the concept of modern warfare, the rise of nationalism, the dream of a united Europe, all bear Napoleon's fingerprints. He is one of the architects of the modern world, but he is also a cautionary tale about unchecked ambition, about the dangers of a cult of personality, about believing you are invincible, about failing to listen to advice, about not knowing when to stop. Every business school teaches Napoleon's strategies. Every military academy studies his campaigns, but they should teach his failures too, because failure is more instructive. Consider this. Napoleon attempted to unify Europe. He failed, amid terrible violence. Yet today, the European Union exists, not through conquest, but by choice, not through war, but through treaties. Napoleon's dream realized in a peaceful manner. What does this tell us? Perhaps his methods were wrong, but his vision was not. Perhaps the greatest legacy is not what you achieve yourself, but what you inspire others to achieve. Now think about this. Napoleon established a merit-based system from scratch. Before him, military officer positions were bought. Government posts were inherited. Education was a mark of privilege. Napoleon said no. The best individuals should get. Ability should determine promotion. Examinations should be fair. This idea changed the world. It created the modern bureaucracy. It created the professional army. It created the merit-based society we live in today. But there is complexity here. Was Napoleon's meritocracy truly meritocratic? Or did it create a new elite, replacing noble titles with educational diplomas? Did his code truly bring equality? Or did it codify patriarchy and property rights? Keeping the rich wealthy, did his wars truly spread freedom? Or were they merely conquests wrapped in the rhetoric of liberation? These are the questions we need to ask, because Napoleon and his legacy are not simple. there are no clear answers, only complexities, contradictions, and subjects that demand our careful thought. That is why his story is worth telling, not because he gave us answers, but because he forces us to ask the right questions. On the 15th of August, 1769, a boy was born in Ajaccio, Corsica. The timing itself was deeply ironic. Just a year earlier, Corsica had been independent. The Republic of Genoa had sold the island to France, and the Corsicans rose in revolt, only to be brutally crushed by the French army. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, had been part of the independence movement, following the legendary leader Pasquale Paoli. But when Paoli was defeated and fled to England, Carlo made a pragmatic decision. He accepted French rule. He learned French. He secured French recognition of his minor noble status. This gave him a crucial advantage. He could send his son to French military schools, with the king covering the tuition. But what kind of nobility was this? The Bonapartes lived in a modest house. They had 8 children to feed. The father was a lawyer, earning a meager income. The mother, Letizia Ramolino, was tough and frugal, running the household like a military barracks. The word nobility meant something very different in Corsica than it did in Versailles. In Versailles, nobility meant palaces, servants, endless wealth. In Corsica, it meant a tattered coat of arms and memories of better days. This shaped Napoleon. He would forever be the outsider noble, viewed by the true aristocracy as an upstart, seen by commoners as an elite, never fully belonging anywhere. That alienation would drive him to prove himself. It would make him both contemptuous of and obsessed with social hierarchy. What was Napoleon like as a child? The stories are inconsistent, partly because later myth-making obscured the reality. We know he was thin and often sickly. We know he was close to his older brother Joseph, but always competitive. We know he liked to be alone, wandering the Corsican hills, dreaming dreams he did not speak. We know his mother was strict, rarely praised, always demanded more. That harshness would make him strong. It would also leave him forever craving to prove himself, forever needing victory to feel worthy. But above all, we know he was Corsican. He grew up on a conquered island, in the shadow of the occupier. He grew up hearing stories of Paoli, the hero who almost won independence. He grew up resenting the French, even as his father worked for them. That resentment would burn in him for years. In 1779, 10-year-old Napoleon left Corsica for France. He first attended a school in Autun to learn French, then was sent to the military academy in Brienne. This school was intended for the children of impoverished nobility, unlike the elite institutions in Paris. But for Napoleon, it was like another world. He could barely speak French, and his Corsican accent was heavy. His classmates, boys from various provinces of France, noticed immediately. They mocked him, called him a foreigner, and imitated his clumsy pronunciation. Some biographers describe this as a formative moment, where the young Napoleon learned to turn insults into motivation. But let's be honest, it was painful. Imagine being 10 years old, far from home, ridiculed by boys who were supposed to be your comrades. Napoleon's response was to retreat into himself. He stopped trying to make friends. He read. He read voraciously history, mathematics, geography, military tactics. The school library became his refuge. He devoured books about Alexander, Caesar, and Hannibal. He studied battles the way other boys studied card games. His teachers noticed something unusual. This quiet, socially ostracized boy was a genius at mathematics. He could calculate complex artillery trajectories in his head. His grasp of geometry astonished his instructors. But he was also trouble. He was independent, arrogant, and disrespectful of authority figures less intelligent than himself. He idolized the Corsican independence leader Paoli and openly spoke of his resentment toward the French occupation. Remember, He was attending a military academy for the King of France, paid for by the King of France. But he hated France. Or at least, he told himself he did. Here we see the first contradictions in Napoleon's character. He hated France, yet he thrived within its system. He despised the aristocracy, yet he used his noble status to gain an education. He spoke of Corsican freedom, yet he was training for the French army. These contradictions would follow him throughout his life. He would claim to fight for the Republic, then make himself emperor. He would speak of equality, then create a new nobility. He would say he was spreading liberty, then conquer Europe. But perhaps contradiction was not a weakness. Perhaps it was a strength, perhaps precisely because Napoleon never fully belonged to any one camp. He could reshape them all. Perhaps the outsider's perspective was his greatest asset. In 1784, at the age of 15, Napoleon graduated with honors from Brienne. He was selected to attend the École Militaire in Paris, the most prestigious military institution in France. Typically, students studied there for 2 to 3 years. Napoleon completed the program in just 1 year. Why the rush? Partly due to his abilities. Partly because his father died of stomach cancer, plunging the family into deeper poverty. Napoleon needed to work. He needed to start earning money. He graduated at 16, becoming a second lieutenant in the artillery. Note this career choice. Artillery, not cavalry or infantry. Why? Because artillery was a technical branch. It required mathematics, physics, and engineering. It was a field where talent outweighed lineage. Cavalry was aristocratic, wealthy, flamboyant, traditional. Napoleon could never afford the horses and uniforms required of a cavalry officer. Artillery was merit-based. That was his choice. That was his future. But becoming an officer did not mean success. Napoleon was sent to Valence, a dull garrison town in southern France. His salary was low. He sent most of his money back to Corsica for his mother and siblings. He lived in cheap rooms. He had hardly any money for food. He continued reading, now more broadly, not just military history but philosophy, political theory, romantic novels. He read Rousseau, Voltaire, Plutarch, Machiavelli. He wrote notes, essays, even an attempt at a novel. He wanted to be a writer. He wanted to be a philosopher. But fate would make him a soldier. These years, from 1785 to 1789, were formative. Napoleon was a young man with too much time to think. He thought about justice, power, honor, homeland. He thought about who he was and who he could become. He was still thinking about Corsica in his early years in the army. Napoleon frequently returned to Corsica, taking far more leave than was allowed. Was he plotting something? Some historians believe he was collaborating with Corsican nationalist groups, possibly even planning a rebellion. Others think he was simply homesick. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. Napoleon was in the midst of an identity crisis. Was he French or Corsican? A republican or a monarchist? An idealist or an opportunist? He did not yet know. But the events of 1789 would force him to choose. They would force everyone in France to choose. On the 14th of July, 1789, a Parisian mob stormed the Bastille. The French Revolution had begun. Napoleon was 20 years old, stationed in Valence. When the news reached the garrison, the officers were divided. Some supported the king. Others sympathized with the revolution and Napoleon. He saw an opportunity. Revolution meant chaos. Chaos meant the old rules no longer applied. For an ambitious, brilliant, but poor and socially marginalized young man, it was the perfect environment. In a stable system, Napoleon would have spent his career as a junior officer in some second-rate garrison. In a revolution, anything was possible. But let's not paint Napoleon as a pure opportunist. He genuinely believed in the revolutionary ideals. Liberty, equality, fraternity resonated with the ideas of the Enlightenment thinkers he had read. The notion that merit should triumph over birth resonated with his own personal experience. But he was also pragmatic. When Corsica became a center of revolutionary turmoil after 1789, Napoleon saw an opportunity to serve his homeland. He returned to Corsica and joined the National Guard. He involved himself in local politics, often exceeding his authority as a junior officer. He reconnected with Paoli, who had returned from exile in Britain. This should have been a dream come true. Napoleon idolized Paoli. Now he could work for his childhood hero and fight for Corsican freedom. But things did not go smoothly. Paoli remembered that Napoleon's father had betrayed the cause of independence. He distrusted the young Bonaparte. He considered him too French, too ambitious, and too unpredictable. When Napoleon attempted to lead a controversial operation of the National Guard, Paoli rejected him. This was Napoleon's first true political defeat, and it wounded him. Paoli, his hero, had rejected him. Worse, as the revolution in France grew more radical, Paoli broke with Paris. By 1793, Paoli was effectively at war with the Republic. Seeking British protection for Corsican independence, Napoleon now had to choose. Was he a Corsican nationalist or a French Republican? This choice would define the rest of his life. He chose France, partly out of ideology. He believed in the Republic, partly out of pragmatism. France offered opportunities Corsica could not. But it meant betraying Paoli. It meant betraying the cause of Corsican independence. It meant, in a sense, betraying his childhood. As a result, the Bonaparte family was forced to flee Corsica. Paoli's supporters burned down their house. They declared the Bonapartes traitors. Napoleon, his mother, and his siblings became refugees. They arrived on the French mainland with nothing. Mother Letizia, that strong Corsican woman, now lived in a cheap apartment in Marseille. The family depended on Napoleon's junior officer salary. This was the lowest point of his life. At 24, homeless, poor, and burdened with the responsibility of supporting the entire family, many would have crumbled. Napoleon became more determined. He had lost Corsica. He would never have a homeland again. But he would have France. He would have Europe. He would have history. But first, he needed an opportunity to prove himself. That opportunity was about to come, in the form of the siege of Toulon. Let's pause to reflect on what Napoleon had learned by 1793. What did his journey from a poor Corsican boy to a 24-year-old refugee teach him? First, that talent matters more than birth, but only in times of chaos. In stable societies, social hierarchies are rigid. Napoleon would have remained a second-tier noble forever. But in a revolution, suddenly, what matters is what you can do, not who you are. This was a lesson he would leverage for the rest of his life. When he came to power, he would establish systems based on talent rather than birth. Not because he was a saint, but because he understood how a merit-based system unleashes energy. He was living proof of it himself. Second, knowledge is a weapon. Napoleon's voracious reading was not an academic exercise. It was a survival strategy. At Brienne, when he was socially ostracized, he turned to books. But these books gave him power. His knowledge of military history surpassed that of his superiors. His mathematical skills made him indispensable in the artillery. His philosophical reading enabled him to navigate the intellectual debates of revolutionary France. Knowledge was not merely an ornament. It was a ladder to power. This is a lesson for any outsider. When the system excludes you, learn the system better than the insiders. Then use that knowledge to reshape the system. Third, loyalty is complex. Napoleon loved Corsica, but chose France. He admired Paoli, but broke with him. He came from nobility, but supported the revolution. These were not simple betrayals. They were impossible choices made in impossible circumstances. Napoleon learned that ideological purity is a luxury. Survival requires adaptation. This would make him both flexible and opportunistic throughout his career. He would shift from royalist to republican to emperor, each time claiming consistency. His critics would call him a hypocrite. He would call it pragmatism. Perhaps both were right. Fourth, hunger is the driving force. Literal hunger, as Napoleon often went unfed in Valence. Metaphorical hunger, being mocked, marginalized, underestimated. That kind of hunger never left him, even when he became emperor, living in palaces, ruling over millions. He still worked like a hungry Corsican boy. He still felt he needed to prove himself. He still felt that enough was never enough. That hunger drove him to extraordinary heights. It also drove him to ruin, because those driven by hunger never know when to stop and eat. Finally, outsiders see what insiders cannot, because Napoleon was never entirely French. He could see the flaws in the French system, because he was never entirely an aristocrat. He could see the absurdity of aristocratic privilege, because he never fully belonged to any camp. He could reimagine all camps. The outsider's perspective is the innovator's perspective. It is also the revolutionary's perspective. Napoleon would become both. He would innovate in war, law, and government. He would also overthrow the old order and rebuild it in his own image. But all of that was still in the future. In 1793, Napoleon was just another unemployed officer searching for a place in the chaotic armies of revolutionary France. His family depended on him. His dreams seemed out of reach. Then Toulon happened. Everything changed. In September 1793, the Mediterranean port city of Toulon betrayed the Republic. The city's royalist inhabitants opened the gates and invited the British and Spanish fleets to enter. It was a disaster. Toulon was one of France's most important naval bases. Now it was in enemy hands, along with the French fleet anchored there. The Republic sent an army to besiege the city, but progress was slow. The commander was incompetent. The cannons were poorly placed. Morale was low. It was a protracted disaster. Then came a tiny turning point, a moment so small it was almost missed by history. Yet it changed everything. The artillery commander of the besieging forces, they needed a replacement. Someone remembered a young artillery officer near Nice, a Corsican, a man no one had heard of. They sent for him. Napoleon arrived in Toulon at the age of 24, thin, pale, and wearing a faded uniform. He did not look like a savior. He looked like one of hundreds of junior officers struggling in the Revolutionary Army. But when he surveyed the siege, he immediately saw the problem. The Republic's cannons were positioned incorrectly. They were aimed at the city walls, which were solid. What should they have been aimed at? The harbor. Not the city, but the harbor. If you control the harbor, you force the British fleet to leave. If the fleet left, the Royalists could not hold out. The city would surrender. This was not complex strategy. It was basic military logic, but no one saw it because the officer in charge was an infantryman and did not understand naval warfare. Napoleon understood because he had read, because he had studied, because he was an artillery expert. Napoleon presented his plan to the commanders: seize Little Gibraltar, a key fortress overlooking the harbor, establish artillery positions there, bombard the British fleet until they were forced to withdraw. Simple, deadly, effective. But there was a problem. Little Gibraltar was heavily defended. Taking it meant a frontal assault. It meant casualties. The veteran generals in the army hesitated. They argued. They delayed. Meanwhile, Napoleon did something clever. He didn't wait for permission. He began preparing. He organized the artillery. He requisitioned cannons from across the region. He trained gunners. He built up ammunition reserves. When permission finally came, he was ready. It was a lesson in leadership. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Prepare while you wait, so that when the opportunity arrives, You can act immediately. On the stormy night of the 17th of December, 1793, the Republican army stormed Little Gibraltar. The battle was brutal. The Royalists and British troops fought desperately. Napoleon was not commanding from the rear. He was at the front with his gunners. A horse was killed beneath him. He kept fighting. A cannonball exploded near him, knocking him down. He got back up. His thigh was slashed by a bayonet. He ignored it. His officers would later remember that night how this thin Corsican drove them forward with sheer force of will. By dawn, Little Gibraltar had fallen. Napoleon's batteries were established. The bombardment began. 4 days of continuous bombardment. British warships attempted to return fire, but Napoleon's battery positions were perfect. They could strike the fleet, but the fleet could not effectively retaliate. By the 18th of December, the British and Spanish admirals made a decision. They had to evacuate. But they could not leave the French fleet to the Republic, so they tried to burn it. They set fire to the anchored ships. The port of Toulon became a scene of hell, with ships ablaze, ammunition depots exploding, and thousands of Royalist civilians trying to flee onto British vessels. Many were left behind. When the Republican army entered the city, a massacre ensued. The vengeance of the revolution was terrible. Hundreds were executed. How much was Napoleon involved in the slaughter? History is unclear. He claimed he tried to prevent the worst excesses, but he did not leave either. But Toulon did one thing for Napoleon. It made him famous. This unknown artillery officer, 24 years old, saved the siege. Within weeks, he was promoted to brigadier general. Not after decades of slow advancement in peacetime, but because he proved his ability on the battlefield, where everyone could see it. This was the promise of the revolution. Talent would be rewarded, regardless of your background. That is why, despite all the violence, all the chaos, all the terror, men like Napoleon supported the revolution, because it gave them opportunities they would never have had under the old regime. But we also need to ask a difficult question. What is talent without morality? Napoleon proved he could win battles. But that victory led to a massacre. Should he be held responsible for that? Could he have stopped it? Or in Revolutionary War? Is victory itself the only morality? After Toulon, Napoleon was dispatched to the Italian front as an artillery commander. He planned offensives, inspected defenses, and carried out the duties expected of a brigadier general. Then, in July 1794, a political earthquake struck Paris, the Thermidorian reaction. Robespierre and the Jacobins were overthrown. The reign of terror had ended. This should have been good news, right? The terror was over. But for Napoleon, it was a disaster, because he had ties to the Jacobins. His mentor, the political representative Augustin Robespierre, was the brother of Maximilian. When the Jacobins fell, their allies were purged. Napoleon was arrested, accused of conspiracy, imprisoned. At 25, just as his career was beginning to take off, he found himself in a prison cell, facing possible execution. He was detained for 2 weeks. 2 weeks of not knowing whether he would be released or sent to the guillotine. 2 weeks to reflect on his choices, his alliances, and his future. Many would have broken under such pressure. Napoleon planned. He wrote letters in his own defense. He reached out to influential figures. He leveraged his reputation from Toulon. He argued that he was a technical expert, not a politician. He cared not for factions, only for serving France. Was this true? Probably not. Napoleon was deeply involved in politics, but it was a clever defense. In the end, it worked. He was released due to insufficient evidence, yet his career suffered. He lost command in it. He was assigned to lead infantry in the Vendée, where the Republic was fighting a royalist rebellion. It was a demotion from the thrilling Italian front to the bloody counterinsurgency war in western France. Napoleon refused the assignment. It was a risky move. In revolutionary France, refusing a mission could mean arrest once again, but Napoleon gambled. He claimed poor health. He stayed in Paris, searching for other opportunities. These months, from late 1794 to early 1795, were difficult. He was effectively unemployed. His salary was cancelled. He was poor again, living in cheap hotels. He considered leaving the army, perhaps to serve the Sultan in Turkey. He wrote letters offering his services. He even thought about going to Russia. His loyalty to France was not unconditional. He was a mercenary, but Paris also offered something else: social opportunities, political connections. He attended salons. He met influential people. He met a woman who would change his life, Josephine. Josephine de Beauharnais. She was 32, 6 years older than Napoleon. A widow, her first husband, a noble officer, had been executed during the Reign of Terror. She had 2 children, Hugues Fen and Hortense. Beautiful, elegant, and socially adept, she was entirely unlike the Corsican women Napoleon knew. She was also financially struggling, though she hid it well. Her social connections were her capital. She had ties to the power brokers of the new regime, including Paul Barras, one of the corrupt but influential directors. Rumors said she was Barras's mistress. The rumors were likely true. When Napoleon met Josephine, he fell in love, madly, completely, embarrassingly in love. The man who was so composed on the battlefield wrote some of the most passionate, desperate, and raw love letters in history. He was obsessed with her. He couldn't live without her. His letters were filled with longing, jealousy, and desire. You wouldn't expect such emotions from a mathematical genius and military strategist. But that was Napoleon's paradox. He could be extremely rational, yet also intensely emotional. He could coldly calculate artillery angles, but he couldn't be calm about this Parisian widow. How did Josephine feel? Not as intensely. She liked him. He was interesting, clever, and had potential. But she wasn't obsessed. She was practical. She needed stability. She needed money. Napoleon offered a future. They married on the 9th of March, 1796, in a small civil ceremony. Napoleon was 26, on the brink of the most important moment of his life. Josephine was 32. Claiming to be 28, Napoleon lied at the marriage registry, stating he was 28. Their marriage began with lies. It would continue with more lies, betrayal, and heartbreak. But it would also give Napoleon something he had never had before: access to Parisian high society, political connections, social skills. Josephine would teach him how to dress, how to speak, how to navigate the corridors of power. She would become his social educator. In return, he would give her something she had never dreamed of: becoming an empress. But that was in the future. For now, in March 1796, Napoleon was just another struggling general, newly married and desperately seeking opportunity. But before marriage, there was another crisis, another opportunity. On the 5th of October, 1795, Paris faced a royalist rebellion. The new constitution had angered the royalists, who organized an armed demonstration. Thousands, many armed, marched toward the Tuileries Palace, where the National Convention was located. The Directory panicked. They needed someone to defend the palace. They turned to Paul Barras. Barras remembered the clever artillery officer from Toulon. He sent for Napoleon. When Napoleon arrived, the situation was desperate. The rebels outnumbered the loyal troops. They had hours, maybe less. Napoleon made a quick assessment. He needed cannons. Not cannons in the city, but cannons outside the city. He sent his aide, D. Camp, the young Joachim Murat, on horseback to fetch the cannons. Murat completed one of the most significant rides in history. He returned with cannons just minutes before the rebels arrived. Napoleon deployed them along the key streets. As the royalist mob approached, he ordered them to fire. not over their heads, directly at them. Grape shot, shells filled with small metal balls, turned humans into minced meat at close range. The effect was horrific. The streets were littered with corpses. Survivors fled. The rebellion was crushed within an hour. This became known as the 13th of Vendémiaire, or the Day of the Grape Shot. Napoleon did not hesitate to fire upon civilians. He would later say that you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs. Meaning, power sometimes requires violence. It was cold, but it was effective. Consequently, Napoleon once again became the savior of the Republic. Within a year, he had saved Toulon, and now he had saved Paris. The Directory owed him a great deal. They repaid him with a command, not of infantry, but of the Army of Italy, one of France's most significant forces, facing Austria. This was the opportunity Napoleon had been waiting for. Italy. There, he would become a legend. He would prove he was more than just lucky. He would prove he was a genius. But we must also pause to ask a question. What was the cost of Vendémiaire? Hundreds of French civilians were killed, many unarmed or lightly armed. They were rebels, yes, but they were also citizens, exercising what they believed to be their rights. Napoleon did not hesitate. He did not attempt to negotiate. He fired cannons into the crowd. What does this tell us about his character? It tells us that Napoleon was a pragmatist. He was not an idealist. He did not believe in pure principles. He believed in what worked. If violence worked, he would use violence. If mercy worked, he would use mercy. This made him an effective leader, but it also made him a dangerous leader, because a person with no moral boundaries will do anything, and the person who will do anything will eventually do terrible things. We will see this pattern again and again. In Italy, in Egypt, in Spain. In Russia, Napoleon would do whatever he thought necessary to win. Sometimes that meant brilliance. Sometimes that meant atrocity. But it always meant his goals outweighed the lives of others. Let us reflect on Napoleon's meteoric rise from an unknown artillery officer in 1793 to the commander of the Italian army in 1796. Within 3 years, from obscurity to commanding an army. How did this happen? What can we learn? First, seize the opportunity when it comes. Napoleon was not invited to save Toulon. He just happened to be in the right place at the right time. But when he arrived, he did not waste the opportunity. He had a plan. He was prepared. He had the skills to execute. Opportunities are open to everyone, but only those who are prepared can take advantage of them. Napoleon was ready because he spent years studying, learning, and perfecting his craft when no one was paying attention. Second, demonstrate concrete results. Napoleon did not offer theories at Toulon. He delivered victory. In the Vendée, he did not engage in debates. He quelled the rebellion. In times of crisis, people do not want speeches. They want solutions. Napoleon provided solutions. This earned him trust, promotions, and opportunities. This is a lesson for anyone who wishes to rise. Stop talking about what you can do. Show what you can do. Results outweigh promises. Actions speak louder than words. Third, build relationships, even during low points. During those months in Paris when Napoleon was unemployed and disheartened, he did not isolate himself. He attended salons, he met people, he established connections. Those connections would later prove crucial. Barras remembered him. Josephine introduced him to influential figures. When the next opportunity arose, he had supporters to vouch for him. Fourth, timing is everything. Napoleon rose amidst the chaos of the revolution in a period of stability. He would never have ascended so quickly. He understood his era. He understood that the revolution created opportunities as well as dangers. He navigated both. He knew when to take risks, when to be cautious, when to advance, and when to retreat. This instinct for timing would define his career in Italy. he would move at an unprecedented speed, because he knew speed was an advantage. In politics, he would stage a coup at the perfect moment. But later, in Russia, his timing would fail him. He would wait too long to retreat. He would advance too far, and that failed timing would destroy him. Fifth, and perhaps most importantly, success requires a willingness to do what others will not. Napoleon fought on the front lines at Toulon, while other officers stayed in the rear. He fired on royalist mobs when others hesitated. This readiness to do difficult, dangerous, and sometimes morally ambiguous things made him effective, but it also began a pattern. The erosion of boundaries. The idea that the ends justify the means, that pattern would continue. In Italy, he would loot art to fund his campaigns. In Egypt, he would massacre prisoners because he could not feed them. In Spain, his army would commit atrocities. Each time, he would justify it as necessary. Each time, the boundaries would shift a little more, until finally there were no boundaries, only objectives and the will to achieve them, regardless of the cost. In March 1796, the 26-year-old Napoleon arrived in Nice to take command of the army of Italy. What he saw was disheartening: 40,000 soldiers, but they resembled beggars more than an army. Their uniforms were in tatters, some were barefoot. They had not been paid for months, food was scarce, horses were starving. Morale was on the floor. To make matters worse, his generals did not respect him. They were seasoned veterans, some 20 years his senior. They had been fighting when he was still a child, and now this short Corsican, clearly appointed through political connections, was here to command them. Mas fena, auguro. Es fe rurier. These tough old soldiers openly mocked the slender young man who looked more like a clerk than a warrior. Napoleon addressed them, not with grand speeches about honor or the motherland, but about money. Soldiers, you are naked and poorly fed. The Republic owes you everything, but can give you nothing. I will lead you into the most fertile plains in the world. Rich provinces and great cities will be within your grasp. There you will find honor, glory, and wealth. This was not inspiring rhetoric. It was a transaction. Follow me, and I will make you rich. And it worked, because these men were not idealists. They were starving soldiers. Napoleon understood them. He spoke their language. Of course, speeches are just words. The real test would be on the battlefield. Napoleon faced a difficult strategic situation. His army was in a narrow coastal strip between the Alps and the Mediterranean. To his north were the Piedmontese forces, the army of the Kingdom of Sardinia. Further north were the Austrian forces, larger and more experienced. If they united, they would crush him. Traditional strategy would say to stay defensive, wait for reinforcements. But Napoleon saw something different. The enemy forces were separated. If he could move quickly, he could defeat them separately before they could unite. This is called interior lines. Defeat one enemy, then turn to the next before the other can react. But it required speed. Incredible speed. Napoleon would give them speed. The 12th of April, 1796, the Battle of Montenotte. Napoleon attacked the scattered Austrian divisions. He concentrated superior forces at a single point. He broke their lines. The Austrians retreated, bewildered, and in disarray. 4 days later, the Battle of Millesimo. Napoleon defeated the Piedmontese forces attempting to join the Austrians. He drove a wedge between them. He prevented them from communicating or supporting each other. Within 2 weeks, he fought 4 battles and won all 4. Piedmont requested an armistice. The King of Sardinia withdrew from the war. Napoleon achieved in 2 weeks what France had failed to accomplish in 5 years. His generals were stunned. The boy they had mocked was a genius of war. The soldiers began to worship him because he won. because they started getting paid, because suddenly the wealth of Italy was within their grasp. May 10th, the Bridge of Lodi. This was the moment Napoleon's legend was born. The Austrians were on the far side of the Adda River, cannons aimed at the bridge. Anyone trying to cross would be slaughtered. Napoleon needed to cross. He couldn't go around. It would take too long, so he did something insane. He ordered a frontal assault. His grenadiers, his elite troops, would charge across the bridge under fire. It was suicide. But Napoleon didn't order this from the rear. He joined the charge. He ran across the bridge with his men, cannonballs exploding around them, men falling, but others pushing forward. It was madness. It was reckless. It was also brilliant, because when soldiers see their general risking his life alongside them, they will do anything for him. The bridge was taken. The Austrians retreated. Napoleon's soldiers gave him a nickname, one that would follow him for life. The Little Corporal, not an insult. A term of endearment. After Lodi, Napoleon was no longer just a commander. He was a leader. He was a hero. His soldiers would follow him anywhere. But Lodi also did something else inside Napoleon. Later, on St. Helena, he would reflect on that moment. He would say that, before Lodi, I thought of myself as a good general. After Lodi, I began to think I could do great things. I began to see myself not just as an officer, but as a man of destiny. This was the turning point. Not militarily, though, that mattered too. But psychologically, at Lodi, Napoleon began to believe in his own myth. That belief would drive him to incredible heights. It would also destroy him, for the man who believes in his own myth eventually believes he cannot fail. And that belief is always a mistake. On May 15, 1796, Napoleon entered Milan. The wealthiest city in Lombardy opened its gates to him. The Italians initially welcomed the French as liberators. Liberation from Austrian rule, liberation from the tyranny of the old regime. Trees of liberty were planted in city squares. Revolutionary slogans were shouted. France would bring liberty, equality, fraternity, or so they said. But the reality was more complex. Yes, Napoleon abolished feudal privileges. Yes, he introduced the French Civil Code. Yes, he appointed reformist governments. But he also plundered the country. This was not liberation. This was conquest. Napoleon needed money to fund his campaigns. Paris gave him nothing, so he took it from Italy. He imposed massive indemnities. He confiscated artworks, masterpieces, taken from churches and palaces and shipped to Paris. Paintings by Raphael, ancient Roman sculptures, treasures of the Renaissance. This was not random looting. It was systematic plunder. Napoleon brought art experts to identify the most valuable pieces. He turned war into an art acquisition campaign. He would defend it by saying these masterpieces belong to all humanity, that they would be better preserved and displayed in Paris. But the Italians saw their cultural heritage being stolen. The liberator was starting to look like an occupier. But Napoleon didn't care about opinions. He cared about results. His army was now being paid. His soldiers grew rich from the spoils. He sent millions of francs to Paris. The Directory, perpetually on the brink of bankruptcy, suddenly had a river of money flowing from Italy. This made Napoleon indispensable. But the campaign was not over yet. Mantua, an Austrian fortress, still held out. Napoleon laid siege to it, but the Austrians sent relief forces from the summer of 1796 to early 1797. Napoleon fought a series of battles to maintain the siege, Arcole, Rivoli. Each time the Austrians tried to break the siege, Napoleon defeated them. These were not easy victories. They were brutal, bloody battles. Soldiers fought in the mud disease spread through the camps. Casualties were heavy, but Napoleon won. Again and again, he won. Finally, in February 1797, Mantua surrendered. Italy was in his hands. He was 27 years old. When he arrived in Italy, no one took him seriously. Now, he was the most famous general in France. He was a hero. He was a legend. He was also beginning to become a problem, because Napoleon did not merely follow orders. He was engaging in politics. Napoleon established new republics in Italy, the Cisalpine Republic and the Ligurian Republic. He negotiated with the Pope, despite lacking the authority to do so. He negotiated an armistice with Austria, again exceeding his mandate. His actions resembled those of an independent ruler rather than a general of the Directory. Paris took notice. They were both grateful and apprehensive. Grateful because he brought them victories and money. Apprehensive because he had grown too powerful and too independent. What if he decided to turn against them? What if he used his army against the Directory? These were reasonable fears, because Napoleon was considering it. Not now, not yet. But he saw how weak, corrupt, and unpopular the Directory was. He saw that France needed strong leadership. He began to think he could provide that leadership. In October 1797, the Treaty of Campo Formio, Napoleon negotiated peace with Austria. He surrendered the Republic of Venice, an independent state for 1,000 years. To Austria, he was never authorized to sacrifice Venice. But he did so to secure Austria as recognition of France as conquest of the Rhineland. He was playing grand strategy, not just winning battles, but reshaping Europe. The Directory ratified the treaty. They had no choice. Napoleon had already done it. This was how he operated. Act first, then ask for forgiveness rather than permission. It worked militarily, it worked politically, until it didn't, until he pushed too far. But that was still in the future. For now, in 1797, Napoleon seemed unstoppable. The Italian campaign established him as a military genius. Speed, mobility, concentration of superior force. He practiced textbook warfare. The Italian campaign became a case study in military academies. What did Napoleon do that was so special? First, speed. He moved at a pace previously unimaginable for armies. Traditional forces advanced slowly, dragging massive supply trains. Napoleon had his soldiers march swiftly, traveling light, and living off the land. This allowed him to appear where the enemy least expected before they could react. At Montenat and Malissimo, he defeated the Austrians and Piedmontese separately before they could unite. During the siege of Mantua, he repeatedly outmaneuvered Austrian relief columns, intercepting and defeating them before they could reach the fortress. Speed gave him the initiative. He acted while others were still reacting. Second, his mastery of terrain. Napoleon personally scouted the battlefield. He studied maps obsessively. He understood how terrain influenced combat. He used rivers, mountains, and forests to shape battles. At Arcole, he used a bridge as a bottleneck. At Rivoli, he used high ground to dominate the battlefield. His enemies often found themselves fighting on terrain of his choosing, giving him the advantage. This is a lesson in preparation. Knowing your environment is more important than having a larger army. Third, morale. Napoleon understood that war is not just about logistics and tactics. It is about psychology. He inspired his soldiers. He shared dangers with them. He rewarded courage and initiative. He made them feel they were special, that they were doing something great. As a result, they fought for him with a passion unmatched by other armies. Fourth, he utilized artillery. This was his specialty, and he revolutionized it. Traditionally, cannons were dispersed along the battle line. Napoleon concentrated them at key points. He used artillery to create breakthroughs, then exploited them with infantry and cavalry. He turned artillery into an offensive weapon, not just a defensive one. This may sound technical, but it is crucial. It changed the way battles were fought. It gave Napoleon an advantage. even when facing larger armies. But perhaps the most important lesson is this: Napoleon broke the rules. 18th century warfare was about maneuver and sieges. Generals avoided decisive battles because they were too risky. Napoleon sought decisive battles. He wanted to destroy the enemy army, not merely repel it. He was aggressive, daring, and unconventional. Sometimes this meant brilliance. Sometimes it meant near disaster. But it always meant the initiative was in his hands. However, the Italian campaign also revealed the dark side of Napoleon's character: systematic plundering, the theft of artworks, the betrayal of Venice, his political manipulations, his growing contempt for civilian authority. He began to believe that the rules did not apply to him. After all, he had won the war. He had saved the Republic. Why should he obey politicians sitting behind desks? This was dangerous thinking, because if a general believes he is more important than the government, democracy is dead. Napoleon was not yet ready to stage a coup, but he was preparing for it. In his mind, in his relationship with the army, in the fear and dependence Paris had toward him, the Italian campaign made Napoleon indispensable. It also made him dangerous. The Directory knew this. They needed him, but they also needed him away from Paris. So when he proposed invading Britain, they listened. Then, when that plan seemed impossible, he offered an alternative: Egypt. At the end of 1797, Napoleon returned to Paris as a conquering hero. Italy was in his hands. Wealth flowed into France. He was 28 years old, and his fame was at its peak. But the Directory feared him. They saw how he had acted in Italy like an independent ruler rather than a subordinate general. They needed to keep him busy, to keep him away from Paris. Napoleon proposed an invasion of England. But when he inspected the defenses of the English Channel, he saw the problem. The British Navy was too strong. A direct invasion would be a disaster. So he proposed an alternative, a plan so bold it bordered on madness. Egypt. Why Egypt? Because Egypt was the gateway to India. India was the source of Britain's wealth. If France controlled Egypt, cutting off the route to India, Britain would be weakened. It was an indirect strategy, not attacking the enemy's strength, but attacking his interests. But Napoleon's Egyptian campaign was not merely military. He brought with him 167 scholars, scientists, engineers, artists, and historians. He wanted to study Egypt, map its terrain, and unravel its mysteries. This was imperialism of the Enlightenment era, conquest by bayonet and encyclopedia. It reveals something significant about Napoleon's character. He was not just a soldier. He was intellectually curious. He sought to understand the world, not merely to conquer it. Yet it also exposes his arrogance. He assumed France had the right to study and possess other civilizations. He never asked the Egyptians if they wanted French enlightenment. This is a lesson we must remember. Conquest in the name of progress is still conquest, and imperialism in the name of science is still imperialism. In May 1798, the French expeditionary fleet set sail from Toulon. 400 ships, 8,000 soldiers. Napoleon's luck was incredible. British Admiral Nelson was searching for him in the Mediterranean. If Nelson had found the fleet, the French transports would have been slaughtered. But Napoleon slipped away in thick fog and darkness. He paused along the way to conquer Malta, seizing the island from the Knights. Then he continued on to Egypt. On the 1st of July, the French army landed at Alexandria, Egypt. Then part of the Ottoman Empire was effectively ruled by the Mamluks, a military elite. Napoleon declared he had come to liberate the Egyptians to free them from Mamluk tyranny. The Egyptians were unsure how to feel about this invader who claimed to be their friend. The 21st of July, the Battle of the Pyramids. This is one of Napoleon's most famous scenes. The French army was near Giza, with the pyramids rising on the horizon. The Mamluk cavalry, perhaps 10,000 strong, were splendid warriors on Arabian horses. Brandishing scimitars, Napoleon arranged his infantry into squares with bayonets on all sides. When the Mamluks charged, they crashed into walls of bayonets and volleys of musket fire. It was a massacre. The Mamluks were brave, but their tactics were centuries old. French discipline and firepower overwhelmed them. The battle ended within hours. Napoleon delivered to his soldiers what may be one of the most famous pre-battle speeches in history. Soldiers, from the summit of these pyramids, 40 centuries, look down upon you. Did he really say that? Probably not. At least not in those exact words. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the speech became legendary. It was reported in newspapers. It was painted by artists. It entered into myth. This is the first key lesson we learn from the Egyptian campaign. Napoleon was a genius of propaganda. He understood the power of narrative. He knew how to turn military operations into epic stories. The Battle of the Pyramids. Militarily, it was a relatively small fight against an outdated army. But Napoleon framed it as a clash of civilizations, French Enlightenment against Oriental despotism, modernity against antiquity. He fought in the shadow of 4,000 years of history. This gave the battle an importance far beyond its actual strategic value. Napoleon entered Cairo as a conqueror. He tried to present himself as a friend to the Egyptians. He declared respect for Islam. He even hinted that he might convert, though he never actually did. He appointed a government with Egyptian participation. But it was superficial. Real power remained in French hands. The Egyptians saw through it. They saw French soldiers disrespecting their customs. They saw French taxes draining their wealth. They saw that occupation was occupation, no matter what the conqueror said. In October, a rebellion erupted in Cairo. Napoleon brutally suppressed it. Thousands were killed. Mosques were bombarded, despite his claims of respecting Islam. This was the second lesson. You cannot conquer people through propaganda. You can win battles, but winning hearts and minds requires more than clever words. It requires genuine respect and real change. Napoleon offered neither. On the 1st of August, 1798, while Napoleon was fighting the Mamluks inland, Nelson located the French fleet. It was anchored in Aboukir Bay, with its crew ashore. Nelson attacked with incredible aggression and skill. By the next morning, the French fleet was destroyed. Only 2 battleships and 2 frigates escaped. The rest were captured or sunk. The flagship Orient exploded, its sound echoing for miles. Napoleon was now trapped in Egypt. Without a fleet, he could not return to France. He could not receive reinforcements. He could not evacuate. His army, 38,000 strong, was stranded in a hostile country. Surrounded by the British Navy, it was a disaster. But Napoleon did not let his soldiers know how desperate the situation was. He controlled the information. He minimized the losses. He continued to act as if everything was going according to plan. This is the third lesson. In a crisis, a leader must control the narrative. If Napoleon had told his army the truth, that the fleet was destroyed, they were trapped, and there was no way home, morale would have collapsed. Mutiny might have occurred. Instead, he maintained confidence. He devised a new plan. He kept the army busy with projects. He continued to act like a victor, even though he was effectively a prisoner. Is this effective leadership or dishonest manipulation? Perhaps both. Perhaps the best leaders know when the truth would do more harm than good. But this deception comes at a cost. The soldiers would eventually discover the truth. When they did, trust would be damaged. This was a price Napoleon was willing to pay. He always prioritized short-term control over long-term trust. In February 1799, Napoleon made a decision that would become a disaster. He invaded Syria. Why? He claimed it was a preemptive strike. Ottoman forces were gathering to attack Egypt. He needed to strike them before they attacked. But the real reason might have been simpler. He was bored in Egypt. He was stuck, with no new worlds to conquer. So he created a campaign. He led 13,000 men north, across the Sinai Desert, into Palestine. He easily captured several towns. Then he reached Acre, a fortified stronghold defended by the Ottomans and commanded by the French royalist Femigar, Fay Ahmad al-Jazar Pasha. Napoleon laid siege to it. The siege lasted 2 months. Napoleon's army had no heavy artillery. They did not have enough supplies. Disease ravaged the camp. Plague. The plague raged through the French camp. Hundreds died. The survivors were weak and demoralized. Napoleon ordered attack after attack. His soldiers fought bravely. They reached the walls but could not break through. British ships brought supplies and reinforcements to the defenders. Each time the French neared victory, new help arrived. After 2 months of bloodshed, Napoleon gave up. He never took Acre. It was his first clear defeat. He retreated to Egypt, leaving thousands of dead behind. This is the 4th lesson. Know your limits. Napoleon failed at Acre because he tried to do the impossible without the necessary resources. He had no siege artillery. He had no naval support. He did not have enough manpower to sustain a long siege. But his ego would not allow him to admit it. He kept attacking, wasting lives. Because withdrawing looked like failure. True failure is not retreat. True failure is continuing to fight a battle you cannot win. Before the siege of Acre, Napoleon committed one of his most infamous atrocities at Jaffa. He captured the city. The garrison surrendered, expecting to be treated as prisoners of war. Napoleon faced a problem. He had about 4,000 prisoners. He could not feed them. He could not guard them. He could not take them with him. His solution: execute them. All of them. Thousands of men were taken to the beach and killed with bayonets and muskets, as bullets were faster. It was a massacre. It was a war crime. Napoleon would later defend this as military necessity. He claimed many of the prisoners had broken their word, having been captured, released, and then fought against the French again. So they were traitors, undeserving of mercy. But that was an excuse. The truth was, he killed them because they were inconvenient. This is the 5th lesson, and perhaps the most important one. Does the end justify the means? Napoleon would say, yes. He would argue that war is brutal, and leaders must make tough decisions. If killing 4,000 prisoners saved his campaign, it was a worthwhile trade. But this is a slippery slope. If you accept that logic, nothing limits. Any atrocity can be justified as necessary. This is Napoleon's moral evolution. He began as a principled young officer. With each compromise, each time he chose convenience over morality, the boundary shifted a little. By the time of Jaffa, the boundary had vanished. All that remained was the goal and the will to achieve it. We see this pattern in modern leaders. CEOs will say laying off thousands is necessary for the company. Politicians will claim that infringing on civil liberties is necessary for security. Each time, the logic is the same. The end justifies the means. But once you accept that, you are on a slippery slope. Eventually, you may find yourself in a place you never imagined you would go. Just like Napoleon on the beaches of Jaffa. In August 1799, Napoleon made his most controversial decision. He decided to abandon his army and return to France. He did not inform most of his officers, accompanied by a few trusted confidants, including his stepson Hugh Gouffin, his friends Berthier and Murat. He secretly boarded a small frigate under the cover of darkness. He left General Caber in command, issuing last-minute orders only. He left over 30,000 soldiers stranded in Egypt, trapped without naval support. facing a hostile population and a British blockade. Napoleon would later defend this action. He would say that France needed him. The Directory was corrupt and incompetent. The Republic was in danger. His duty was to return to France and save the nation. He could not waste time in the dead and campaign in Egypt. His genius was too precious for France to be squandered in the East. These were the arguments he would make. But consider the perspective of the soldiers. They followed Napoleon to Egypt because he promised victory and glory. They suffered in the desert. They bled at Acre. They watched comrades die from plague and heat. Now their general, the man they trusted, had abandoned them in the night to pursue political ambition. It was betrayal. Caber certainly thought so. He called Napoleon that hateful man. The army felt betrayed. But they were powerless. They were stuck in Egypt for 2 more years until the British finally allowed them to evacuate under terms of surrender. Thousands never made it home. This is the 6th lesson about loyalty and leadership. Does a leader have a responsibility to those who follow them, or a greater responsibility to a larger cause? Napoleon would say the larger cause. France was more important than an army in Egypt. But if every leader reasoned this way, if everyone claimed their personal ambitions aligned with a greater good, if everyone abandoned their duties when a better opportunity arose, how would society function? Does loyalty matter? Or is it merely a virtue for fools? These are the difficult questions Napoleon forces us to ask. I believe the answer is nuanced. Yes, sometimes leaders must make tough choices. Sometimes greater responsibilities outweigh smaller ones. But Napoleon could have been more honest. He could have openly declared his departure. He could have ensured his army was properly cared for. Instead, he slipped away, leaving others to deal with the chaos. That is not leadership. That is cowardice. True leadership stands up in difficult times. It does not abandon people when things get hard. But Napoleon never learned that lesson. He would repeat this pattern again and again. When campaigns turned sour, he would return to France. When armies were destroyed, he would blame his generals. He would always put his interests first, until the very end. But there is an irony here. The Egyptian campaign was a military failure. The territories Napoleon occupied were reclaimed by the British and the Ottomans. The army he invested was destroyed or surrendered. The money spent was wasted. Strategic objectives achieved? None. Yet the Egyptian campaign was a major cultural success. The scholars Napoleon brought with him produced extraordinary work. They mapped Egypt. They studied its monuments. They collected artifacts. They created the Fay description de l'El, Faygypt, Fay, a multi-volume encyclopedia about Egypt. More importantly, they discovered the Rosetta Stone, the trilingual stone that would ultimately unlock the secrets of Egyptian hieroglyphs. Egyptology, the study of ancient Egyptian civilization, was born from Napoleon's expedition. So here is the 7th lesson: how to reframe failure as success. Napoleon was a master at this. Unable to sell Egypt as a military victory, he sold it as a scientific and cultural adventure. He emphasized scholarly achievements. He organized exhibitions of Egyptian artifacts in Paris. He commissioned paintings depicting him before the Sphinx among the pyramids. He posed in Oriental attire. He crafted his image as a conqueror of the East, an heir to Alexander the Great. The public bought it. They forgot the military defeat. They remembered the exotic adventure. This is a strategy we see time and again in modern business. Failed startups rebrand themselves as learning experiences. Failed products are relaunched as proof of concept. The key is controlling the narrative. If you can control how the story is told, you can turn any failure into at least a partial success. Napoleon taught us this, but we also need to ask, is this wisdom or deception? Is it strategic communication or dishonest spin? The answer is, Like everything about Napoleon, it is complex. Yes, the cultural achievements of the Egyptian campaign are real. The Rosetta Stone changed our understanding of ancient history. The description of Egypt is a scholarly monument. These are not fabrications, but they also do not justify thousands of deaths, wasted resources, and abandoned armies. Two things can be true at once. The Egyptian campaign can be culturally valuable and militarily disastrous. Napoleon can advance knowledge while committing war crimes. We do not have to choose a single narrative. We can hold both, acknowledging the complexity. But Napoleon did not want complexity. He wanted legend. So he emphasized successes, minimized failures, and created a myth so powerful that 2 centuries later, when people think of Napoleon in Egypt, they think of the pyramids and the Sphinx. They do not think of the beaches of Jaffa. They do not think of the abandoned soldiers. They do not think of failure. That is the power of propaganda. That is Napoleon's greatest genius. Not his military skills, though. Those were real. But his ability to control his own story. On the 9th of October 1799, Napoleon's frigate docked at Fr. He had returned from Egypt, leaving his army behind. But France was unaware of this. France only knew that its most famous general had come back. The news spread like wildfire. Napoleon had returned. Crowds cheered in the streets. His journey to Paris turned into a triumphal procession. Why such fervor? Because France was in crisis. The Directory, the 5-member committee that had ruled France after the Thermidorian reaction, was a disaster. They were corrupt. They were incompetent. They hated each other. The economy had collapsed. Paper money had become worthless. Bread prices soared. Workers starved. On the borders, the war was going badly. Austria and Russia had joined a new coalition against France. The conquests in Italy were lost. People remember the terror of 1792, when the Parisian mob seemed ready to devour the revolution. They remember the hunger riots of 1795. Now in 1799, it feels like heading toward the precipice once again. The Directory has lost its legitimacy. The left despises them for being too conservative. The right hates them for being too radical. No one trusts them. France is searching for a strongman, someone who can restore order. And Napoleon, with the aura of his Italian victories, appears to be just that man. This is the first crucial lesson about timing. Napoleon could not have returned at a more perfect moment. Had he come back a year earlier, the Directory would still have been stable. Had he returned a year later, someone else might have already staged a coup. But he returned at that sweet spot, when the crisis was ripe, but had not yet erupted. This wasn't entirely luck. Napoleon received letters from Egypt informing him of the situation in France. He chose to return at the perfect moment. In Paris, Napoleon was immediately drawn into the conspiracy. Seeface, one of the 5 directors, had been plotting a coup. He wanted to overthrow his colleagues and establish a new, more stable government. He needed a general to provide military force. Initially, he wanted Jourdan or Moreau. But when Napoleon returned, he changed his mind. Napoleon was more famous, more charismatic, and more ambitious. Seeface believed he could control Napoleon. He thought Napoleon would be a useful tool, the military muscle, while Seeface provided the brains. This was a fatal miscalculation. Napoleon was no one's tool, but he let Seeface believe he was. He attended the conspirators' meetings. He listened to the plans. He acted obedient and respectful. He even pretended to be uninterested in the details, only wanting to serve France. It was all an act. The 9th of November, 1799, or 18 Brumaire, according to the revolutionary calendar. The coup began. The first steps went smoothly. Seeface and his allies spread rumors of a conspiracy, claiming the Jacobins were plotting an insurrection. They argued that the legislature was in danger. They voted to move the assemblies to St. Cloud, a palace outside Paris, supposedly for safety. They appointed Napoleon to command the Paris garrison. All of this was legal, or appeared so. But it was a trap. Once the assemblies were at St. Cloud, surrounded by Napoleon's troops, they would be forced to vote to abolish the Directory and appoint a new government. At least, that was the plan on the 10th of November, 19 Brumaire. Napoleon and the conspirators arrived at St. Cloud. The troops were outside. The Council of 500, the lower house of the legislature, waited inside the palace. Napoleon entered the assembly hall to deliver a speech. He would explain the crisis. He would demand new powers. The deputies would vote in agreement. But as he began to speak, the deputies erupted. They shouted that he was a traitor. Down with the tyrant. Some rushed toward him. Someone grabbed him by the collar. His face was bleeding, perhaps from a scratch, perhaps from a nosebleed. His guards had to drag him out of the room. The man who had charged under fire at the bridge of Lodi nearly broke down before the angry deputies. This revealed something important. Military courage and political courage are different. Napoleon had the former. He would risk his life in battle without blinking. But political confrontation, debate, eloquence, and manipulation were not his domain. He was a man of action, not of words. Fortunately, his brother Lucien was there. Napoleon Bonaparte was the president of the Council of 500. When Napoleon faced failure in the council, Lucien stepped out to address the waiting troops outside. He was an excellent orator, unlike Napoleon. He told the soldiers that the council was controlled by fanatical representatives who intended to assassinate Napoleon. He declared that the Republic was in danger. He even made a dramatic gesture, pointing his sword at his brother's chest and swearing he would kill him if Napoleon ever threatened liberty. It was superb theater. The soldiers bought it. Commander Murat led the grenadiers into the assembly hall. The deputies panicked. Some jumped out of windows to escape. Others hid behind furniture. The council was dispersed. The coup succeeded under the threat of force. By evening, the submissive deputies voted to dissolve the Directory and establish a new provisional government led by 3 consuls. Napoleon was the first consul. This is the second lesson on how a coup operates. You need 3 things. First, a cloak of legitimacy. Napoleon and C-Face did not openly declare they were seizing power. They disguised themselves as saviors of the Republic from a conspiracy. They used existing legal mechanisms for as long as possible. Only at the last moment did they resort to force. This made the coup appear less like a coup and more like crisis management. Second, military power. Without Murat's grenadiers, the parliament would never have voted. Fear made them compliant. This is the bloody truth, often overlooked in democracy. Ultimately, force decides. When constitutional order collapses, those with soldiers win. Third, act at the right moment. If Napoleon had waited a month, there might have been another coup. If he had acted a month earlier, the situation might not have been desperate enough. Timing is everything. But we also need to ask the tough questions. Was the coup justified? Was France better off? In the short term, yes, the Directory was a disaster. The new government, the consulate, was immediately more effective. Napoleon stabilized the currency. He reorganized the army. He restored order. The economy began to recover. But at what cost? The French Revolution happened to overthrow absolutism and establish a republic. Now, 10 years later, France was again ruled by one man. This man was not elected. He came to power through military force. He would claim to represent the will of the people, but he never asked them. Was this a betrayal of the revolution or its completion? Napoleon would say the latter. He would argue that the ideals of the revolution, liberty, equality, fraternity, needed strong leadership to defend them. Weak democracy invited chaos and foreign conquest. Only a strong executive could protect the revolution's achievements. The government should be led by three individuals, the three consuls, Napoleon, Cambacque, Fayfay's, and Lebrun. We're supposed to share power equally. But from the very first day, it was clear who was in charge. Napoleon presided over the meetings. Napoleon made the decisions. The other two were rubber stamps. Cambacque Fay's was an excellent lawyer, useful for legal reforms. Lebrun was an administrator handling day-to-day affairs. But neither had a power base. Both depended on Napoleon. This was no accident, it was by design. Napoleon chose colleagues who would not challenge him. He built a dictatorship from the start, hidden behind republican forms. The new constitution, the Constitution of 1799, was a masterpiece of ambiguity. It spoke of popular sovereignty, but it gave the first consul nearly unlimited power. He appointed ministers, he proposed laws, he controlled the army, he conducted foreign affairs. The legislature could approve or reject laws, but not propose them. It was a theater of democracy. But we must admit that Napoleon worked. He was not a lazy dictator. He worked 18 hours a day. He read every report. He attended every meeting. He made every decision. His energy was superhuman. His attention was comprehensive. He could discuss military strategy in the morning, legal reforms at noon, and economic policies in the evening. The way he mastered details astonished his ministers. This is the third lesson about the efficiency of dictatorship. Democracy is slow. It requires debate, compromise, and consensus. Dictatorship is fast. One person decides and others execute. When a nation is in crisis, speed has value. Napoleon accomplished in months what the Directory failed to achieve in years. But efficiency is not the only thing that matters. There is also accountability, transparency, and safeguards against abuse. Napoleon's system lacked these. Napoleon reformed everything. He stabilized the franc, establishing the Bank of France as the central bank. He restructured taxation, making the system fairer and more efficient. He reformed the military, replacing political appointments with merit. He initiated legal reforms that would become the Napoleonic Code. He negotiated a reconciliation with the Catholic Church through the Concordat of 1801, ending a decade of religious conflict. He purged corrupt officials and appointed capable administrators. He censored the press, shutting down critical newspapers, but allowed those that praised him to thrive. He established a secret police force, Fouche-Face Department, to monitor dissent. Was he building or destroying? Building order and efficiency. Destroying freedom and diversity. Both are true. In the spring of 1800, Napoleon faced a test. Austrian forces had once again defeated the French in Italy. Napoleon needed a military victory to consolidate his political standing. He did something audacious. He led his army across the Alps, through the Great St. Bernard Pass, hauling cannons through the May snow. It was a logistical nightmare. It was also propaganda gold. David would later paint Napoleon crossing the Alps, mounted on a white horse, calm and heroic. The reality was less glorious. Napoleon rode a mule, like everyone else. But the image had impact. He presented himself as a new Hannibal, an unstoppable conqueror. He entered Italy, catching the Austrians by surprise. They thought he was in Paris, dealing with politics. Instead, he was behind them with an army. The 14th of June, the Battle of Marengo. It was nearly a disaster. Napoleon had dispersed his forces in search of the Austrians. When he found them, he was outnumbered. The Austrians counterattacked. The French lines crumbled. Napoleon's army was in retreat. It looked like defeat, but General Desaix arrived just in time with reinforcements. He launched a counterattack. The Austrian lines now collapsed. But Desaix fell in the moment of victory. France won the battle, but only narrowly. Napoleon would later rewrite Marengo as a brilliant victory. perfectly planned and executed. The reality was a mess of luck and decisive sacrifice. But it didn't matter. Napoleon controlled the narrative. In the official record, Marengo became another showcase of his genius. This is the fourth lesson, as we saw in Egypt. Controlling the narrative is more important than controlling reality. Marengo gave Napoleon what he needed: military legitimacy. He proved he was more than just a politician. He was still the general who won battles. This solidified his position in the army. It also intimidated political opponents at home. They saw he could leave Paris to fight a war and return stronger. They realized he was not just another politician. He was an armed politician that made him unbeatable. After 1800, Napoleon's power was nearly absolute. He was the de facto dictator of France, though he did not yet have the title. He would wait 4 years to crown himself emperor, but the power was already in his hands. The consulate was a transition from a chaotic republic to an orderly dictatorship, from revolution to empire. Napoleon was the bridge. The question was, where would he take France? The coup of 18 Brumaire Street ends as one of the most successful coups in modern history. It also serves as a case study in how democracies die. Democracies are rarely destroyed by external enemies. More often, they die from within, killed by those who claim to be saving them. Napoleon and Cephas did not say they were overthrowing the Republic. They said they were saving it. They said the Directory was corrupt. They said the Jacobins threatened order. They said France needed strong leadership to navigate the crisis. All of this was partly true. The Directory was indeed corrupt. There was indeed a threat of political violence. France did need better governance, but the solution did not have to be dictatorship. There could have been democratic reforms. There could have been new elections. There could have been constitutional amendments. Instead, Napoleon chose a coup. Why? Because he could. Because the crisis gave him the opportunity. Because people were desperate enough to accept anyone who promised stability. This is the fifth lesson, perhaps the most important one. Democracy is most vulnerable in times of crisis. When people are afraid, they sacrifice freedom for security. When institutions fail, they turn to strongmen. Napoleon understood this. He exploited it. He was not the sole cause of the death of French democracy. The Directory itself killed it through corruption and incompetence. But Napoleon delivered the final blow, and, ironically, many French people thanked him for it. Because he gave them what they said they wanted: order, stability, effective government. They did not realize, at least not at first, what they had given up to get it. The right to vote, freedom of speech, political participation. All of these were gradually eroded in Napoleon's system. This is what we must remember today. Contemporary democracy faces challenges: economic inequality, political polarization, distrust in institutions. In many countries, people turn to strongman leaders who promise simple solutions. They say, "Give me power, and I will fix things. I will drain the swamp. I will restore greatness. I will make things work." Napoleon is the prototype. He is the original strongman savior. Was he effective? In the short term, yes, he stabilized France. He reformed the laws, he won wars. But in the long term, what is his legacy? 1.5 million French people died in his wars, a decade of autocratic rule. The empire ultimately collapsed. France in 1815 was weaker and more divided than in 1799. So are short-term gains worth the long-term costs? That is a question every society must answer for itself. Napoleon taught us that democracy is not automatic. It requires constant vigilance. It demands strong institutions, not just strong leaders. It needs citizens willing to defend it, even in difficult times. When we say, perhaps we need a strongman to solve our problems, we should remember Napoleon. Remember how he came to power. Remember how he promised order and efficiency. Remember how he delivered. at least in the beginning. But also, remember the cost. Remember the censored press. Remember the political opponents who disappeared. Remember the wars that turned into conquests. Remember the dictatorship masked by military glory. Napoleon was not simply a villain. He did real good: the civil code, educational reforms, religious reconciliation. But he also showed the dangers of dictatorship, even an enlightened one. Because once you give one person absolute power, nothing can stop that person from abusing it. And Napoleon, like all who hold absolute power, ultimately did abuse it. We will see that in the story that follows. In August 1800, Napoleon appointed a commission to draft a new civil code. 4 eminent jurists, Tronchet, Portalis, Bigot, Pierre Fayemino, and Melville, were tasked with unifying France's centuries of chaotic legal traditions into a single, clear, and logical code. This was a monumental undertaking. Before the Revolution, France had no unified legal system. The North followed customary law, while the South adhered to Roman law, and each province had its own rules. The Revolution attempted to simplify this, but only created more confusion. Now, Napoleon sought order. He wanted laws that every French citizen could understand and rely on. Yet, this was more than a technical exercise. It was a philosophical statement about how society should be organized. Surprisingly, Napoleon himself attended many of the drafting sessions. He was not a legal expert. He was a general and a politician, but he was fascinated by the law. He participated in 57 out of the 102 meetings. He did not just listen, he argued. He debated. He insisted on certain principles. He understood that law was more than just rules. Law was a social contract defining the relationship between citizens and between citizens and the state. He wanted laws that reflected his values. What were those values? First, property rights. The code made property sacred. It protected owners from arbitrary confiscation. This was a reaction to the chaos during the Revolution, when property was seized without due process. But it also consolidated the power of the bourgeoisie. The poor did not have much property to protect. Second, secularism. The code separated law from religion. Marriage became a civil contract, not a sacrament. Divorce became possible, though restricted. This was a revolutionary achievement that Napoleon preserved. The church strongly opposed it, but Napoleon insisted. He needed a modern, rational legal system free from religious dogma. Third, equality before the law. At least in theory, the code abolished privileges of birth. There was no longer a legal status for nobility. Every citizen was equal before the law, a core promise of the Revolution. However, there were significant exceptions. Fourth, patriarchy. The code subordinated women to men. A wife needed her husband's permission to work, enter into contracts, or control property. Fathers held absolute authority over their children. This was not progress, it was a regression. The Revolution had granted women more rights, but the Napoleonic Code took them away. Why did Napoleon, the child of revolution, codify such patriarchal laws? Because he believed order required hierarchy. The family is the fundamental unit of society. If the family is in chaos, society is in chaos. Therefore, the family needs a clear structure of authority. The father rules the family, just as the first consul rules the state. This is not about justice or equality. It is about control. This is the first key lesson we learn from the Napoleonic Code. Even progressive reforms can contain reactionary elements. The Napoleonic Code was revolutionary in many ways. It inspired legal systems in dozens of countries around the world. Yet, it also institutionalized gender inequality, with effects lasting for more than a century. We cannot look only at the good parts of reform. We must examine the whole. both the good and the bad. However, the influence of the code is undeniable. It became one of the most influential legal texts in the world. The laws of Belgium, Italy, the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, much of Latin America, and even parts of Japan, Egypt, and Turkey are based on or influenced by the Napoleonic Code. Today, 2/3 of the world's population lives in jurisdictions based on the civil law tradition, which originated from Roman law, but was modernized through the Napoleonic Code. This is Napoleon's most enduring legacy. Not the battles he won, not the territories he conquered, but the laws he codified. This is the second lesson. Institutions outlast conquests. Napoleon's military empire collapsed in 1815, but his legal empire endures. If you want to leave a lasting legacy, do not build something that relies on your personal power. Establish systems that can operate without you. In 1802, Napoleon established the lycée, the national secondary education system. This was not about educating the masses. Napoleon had no interest in promoting widespread literacy. It was about creating an elite. He wanted to select and train the brightest young people for state service. The lycée filles were militarized. Students wore uniforms. They followed a strict schedule. They studied mathematics, science, and classical languages. Not critical thinking or political philosophy. Those were too dangerous. Napoleon wanted skilled technocrats, not independent thinkers. This continued earlier institutions. The Faco Polytechnique, an elite engineering school, was founded in 1794. The Faco Normale Superiore for training teachers was founded in 1794. Napoleon expanded and systematized these institutions. This is the concept of the merit system. Positions should be given to the most qualified individuals, determined through objective tests, not to the wealthiest or the most well-connected. This was revolutionary. Under the old system, military officer positions were purchased. Government jobs were inherited or obtained through patronage. Napoleon set competitive examinations, anonymous grading, selection based on merit. This unlocked talent. It gave people like Napoleon, outsiders, the poor, the marginalized, the opportunity to rise based on ability rather than birth. This is the third lesson. The merit system broke the aristocracy's monopoly on power. It created social mobility. It allowed advancement based on competence. These were genuine achievements, but the merit system also created a new hierarchy. Those who passed the exams formed a new elite. They became as exclusive as the old aristocracy, just using different criteria. Are exams truly fair? Or do they favor those with the resources to prepare? Wealthy families can hire tutors. They can send their children to good schools. Poor children lack these advantages, so even if the exams themselves are objective, the opportunity to take them is not. Napoleon's meritocracy actually gave the bourgeoisie an edge. It replaced birth certificates with educational certificates. But the outcome was similar. The children of the elite became the new elite. This is a paradox modern society still struggles with. We believe in meritocracy. We think anyone can succeed through hard work and talent. But we also know the starting points are unequal. Napoleon did not solve this problem. He created a system that rewards those already advantaged while claiming to be based on pure merit. This is not hypocrisy. It is a sincere blind spot. Napoleon truly believed his system was fair. He did not see the hidden bias. Yet despite its flaws, Napoleon's education system was influential. It became the foundation for modern education in France and many other countries. State-funded secondary education, competitive exams, elite universities. All of these can be traced back to Napoleon. Today, when you take the SAT or the Gaokao or any standardized test to get into college, you are participating in a system Napoleon created. When your government hires civil servants based on exam scores, that is a Napoleonic principle. When elite schools select students based on merit rather than birth, that is Napoleon's legacy. These were genuine advances. but we must also recognize the limitations. A meritocracy is not equality. It is a different version of a hierarchy. More fair, yes, but not truly equal. The fourth lesson is that true equality requires more than a fair competition. It requires an equal starting point. Napoleon gave us the first. In July 1801, Napoleon signed the Concordat with Pope Pius VII. This ended the decade-long conflict between the Revolution and the Catholic Church. The Revolution had sought to destroy the Church, or at least control it. The clergy were forced to swear allegiance to the Republic. Those who refused were exiled or executed. Church property was confiscated. Religious holidays were banned. This created a deep divide. Millions in France remained devout Catholics. They resented the anti-religious policies. The rebellion in the Vendée was partly a religious conflict. Napoleon saw the strategic value of reconciliation. If he could make peace with the Church, he would win over conservatives and the devout. He would also weaken the royalists, who used religion as a banner. The Concordat recognized Catholicism as the religion of the majority in France. It permitted public worship. It restored bishops. Though appointed by the First Council, not the Pope, it paid the clergy, making them state employees. In exchange, the Church gave up confiscated property. It accepted Napoleon as the appointing authority for bishops. This was a compromise for both sides. Radical revolutionaries hated it. They saw it as a betrayal of the secular achievements of the revolution. Religious counter-revolutionaries were also dissatisfied. The Church did not regain its pre-revolutionary status, but most French people were relieved. They could attend church again without fear. This is the fifth lesson about pragmatic leadership. Napoleon was not particularly devout. He used religion as a tool, not a guide. He once said that society cannot exist without religion. He did not say it was because religion is true. He said it was because religion is useful to society. It provides a moral framework. It legitimizes authority. It comforts people. Is this cynicism or wisdom? Perhaps both. Napoleon understood that humans are not merely rational. They need more than just bread and laws. They need meaning, community, and ritual. Religion provides these. Attempting to destroy religion, as the revolution discovered, does more harm than good. So Napoleon restored it. But under state control, the Church would serve the state, not challenge it. This was an uncomfortable arrangement for many. Liberals believed the state should not favor any religion. Church traditionalists believed the Church should not bow to secular authority. But it worked. It brought peace. It stabilized society. It gave Napoleon the legitimacy he needed. This is what pragmatic leadership looks like, not clinging to pure principles, but finding compromises that work, even if they are ideologically messy. In January 1800, the Bank of France was established. This sounds technical and boring, but it might be one of Napoleon's most important reforms. Why? Because the revolution had destroyed France's financial stability. The government printed too much paper money, the assignats, to fund the wars. The result was hyperinflation. By 1795, the currency was almost worthless. People lost their savings. The economy collapsed. The Directory tried to stabilize the currency but failed. Napoleon solved the problem by creating a central bank. The Bank of France would issue currency backed by gold and silver. It would regulate other banks. It would manage government debt. Most crucially, it would be independent from political pressure. The government could not simply order it to print money. The outcome was dramatic. The franc stabilized. Inflation ceased. Confidence returned. People trusted the currency once more. Businesses could plan. Investors would invest. The economy began to grow. It wasn't glamorous. No one holds parades for stable money. But it likely improved the lives of the French more than any military victory. This is the sixth lesson about infrastructure. Charismatic reforms capture attention, constitutions, declarations, battles, but the boring institutional infrastructure, central banks, tax systems, legal codes, these are what actually make society function. Napoleon understood this. He spent as much time on financial policy as on military strategy. He knew that without stable currency, you cannot fund an army. Without effective taxation, you cannot pay a bureaucracy. Without these mundane systems, everything falls apart. Modern leaders often forget this. They focus on big ideas and grand gestures. They overlook infrastructure and systems. Then they are surprised when their grand plans fail because the underlying systems don't function. Napoleon never made that mistake. He was a conqueror, yes, but he was also an administrator. He understood the details. He built systems. The institutions he created, the Bank of France, the Tax Bureau, the Court of Audit, continued to operate after his empire collapsed. They still operate today. That is true power. Not forcing people to obey you, but building systems that function even after you are gone. That is the seventh lesson. If you want change to last, build institutions, not cults. Train successors, not accumulate power. Create systems that can operate without you, not make everything depend on your genius. Napoleon did this well in institution building, but he did poorly in personal power, refusing to let go. That contradiction would haunt his legacy. Here lies the core paradox of Napoleon's reforms. He established enduring institutions. He created legal equality. He broke the monopoly of the aristocracy. He stabilized the economy. He made peace with the church. He reformed education. All of these were genuine achievements. But what was he doing simultaneously? Suppressing political freedom, censoring the press, establishing a secret police, eliminating opposition, manipulating elections, transforming himself from a temporary leader into a permanent dictator. In 1802, he held a referendum to make himself consul for life. The vote was rigged, but he would have won regardless. The French were satisfied with his reforms. He gave them stability, prosperity, and glory. They were willing to exchange freedom for these. This leads to the eighth lesson, perhaps the most unsettling one. An effective dictator can be popular. We like to think that people naturally desire freedom. But history shows the situation is more complex. People want security. They want prosperity. They want order. If a dictator provides these, many will accept the trade-off. Napoleon did. France under the Directory was chaotic. Under Napoleon, it was orderly. Under the Directory, the economy collapsed. Under Napoleon, it grew. Under the Directory, France was losing wars. Under Napoleon, it was winning. The average French citizen didn't care about abstract political rights. They cared about being able to afford bread. They cared about their sons winning victories in the army. They cared about safe streets. Napoleon gave them that, so they loved him. Or at least, they accepted him. This is the danger of democracy. When democratic systems fail, people will turn to anyone who promises effectiveness. They won't ask if that person will respect democratic norms. They'll ask if that person will make things work. Napoleon showed us how a society can slide from a republic to a dictatorship without even realizing it. Not through a violent coup, though the 18th Brumaire was violent, but through a series of plausible steps. First, you solve a crisis. People are grateful. Then, you ask for extended power to consolidate reforms. People agree. Then, you suppress critics, saying they are undermining recovery. People nod. Then, you remove checks and balances, calling them inefficient. People don't mind. Then, you declare yourself indispensable. People cheer. Each step alone seems reasonable. But together, they add up to tyranny. This is what we must guard against. Not the obvious tyrant, but the effective reformer who gradually accumulates power. each time with a good reason. Napoleon is the prototype. He wasn't a mad tyrant. He was an effective dictator that made him more dangerous, because more tempting. If he had been mad and incompetent, people would have rebelled. But he was sane and capable, so they followed, until it was too late. In May 1802, Napoleon held a plebiscite. The question was, should Napoleon Bonaparte become first consul for life? He had only been in power for 2.5 years. He had already accomplished extraordinary things: the civil code, educational reforms, the concordat, financial stability. He had also won the Battle of Marengo and signed a peace treaty with Britain, the Treaty of Amiens. France was in a better state than it had been since 1799, but Napoleon was not satisfied. He wanted more. Not just a 10-year term for life. The result of the plebiscite was predictable. 3,600,000 votes in favor. 8,000 against. The numbers were absurd. There was no real campaign. No opposition. The press was censored. Voting was public, not secret. Critics of the government faced risks. This was not a genuine democratic decision. It was a dictator seeking a cloak of legitimacy. But there is a question we must ask here. Did the French truly want Napoleon as their leader for life? If the vote had been free and fair, would he have won? The answer is likely yes. He would still have secured a majority. Why? Because he was effective. Because he gave France what it wanted. But a majority is not an overwhelming majority. Yet Napoleon needed overwhelming numbers. He needed to appear not just popular, but universally adored. So the numbers were manipulated. This is the first lesson in how power corrupts judgment. Napoleon might genuinely have won a fair referendum, but his ego demanded more. He needed to seem indispensable, supported unanimously. That need led him to manipulate the very process meant to legitimize him. Ironically, the manipulation undermined the legitimacy. A truly confident leader does not require false unanimity. Only an insecure dictator needs that. Being consul for life should have been enough. Napoleon was now the undisputed ruler of France. He could rule until he died. He could shape the nation's future. He had completed the incredible journey from an obscure Corsican to the leader of Europe's most powerful country. But it wasn't enough. It was never enough. This was the tragic flaw in Napoleon's character. He could not be satisfied. He always needed more power, more glory, more conquests, more recognition. This insatiable hunger drove him to astonishing heights. It also drove him to ruin. For the man who does not know when enough is enough will ultimately lose everything. He will push too far. He will take too many risks. He will make too many enemies. This is the second lesson. Success requires ambition. But lasting success requires knowing when enough is enough. Knowing when to consolidate rather than expand. Knowing when to enjoy what you have achieved rather than risk everything for more. Napoleon never learned that. The 2nd of December, 1804, Notre Dame de Paris. Napoleon crowned himself Emperor of the French, not King of France. Note the distinction. Kings are chosen by God. Emperors are created by their own ability. The coronation was a meticulously orchestrated spectacle. Pope Pius VII traveled from Rome to preside, but at the crucial moment, when the Pope was about to place the crown on Napoleon's head, Napoleon took it and crowned himself. This was no accident or impulse. It was planned. The message was clear. Napoleon did not receive power from the Pope or from God. He took it from himself. Then he crowned Josephine as Empress. David would later paint this scene. Now one of the most famous works in the Louvre. It shows Napoleon in the act of crowning Josephine, emphasizing his role as the bestower of power. The reaction was mixed. Veterans of the revolution felt betrayed. The man who had once championed liberty, equality, and fraternity now wore a crown, sat on a throne, and was surrounded by courtly rituals. For what had Robespierre and Danton died to overthrow a king? And now another man had placed a crown upon his head. Royalists were cynically pleased. They said, "See, we were right all along. France needs a monarch." The revolution was folly. Opportunists, those who cared only for power and profit, cheered. They did not care about titles. They cared that Napoleon gave them positions and wealth. But the ordinary French, they were mostly confused or indifferent. Their lives had not changed because their leader was now called emperor instead of consul. Bread was still the same price. The army was still winning battles. That was what mattered. But symbolism matters. Did Napoleon betray the revolution? He would say no. He would say he was protecting the revolutionary achievements from royalist restoration. He would say the imperial title was a defensive measure. Europe was ruled by monarchs. They looked down on the leader of a republic. They would not negotiate with the first consul on equal terms, but they would respect an emperor. That was true. But it was also an excuse. The truth was Napoleon wanted the crown. He wanted glory. He wanted to be seen as the heir to Caesar and Charlemagne, not just another member of a revolutionary committee. His ego required grandeur. His ambition required a dynasty. This is the third lesson about how revolutionaries become the very thing they fought against. This pattern repeats throughout history. Revolutions overthrow the old elite. The revolutionaries become the new elite. They adopt the old elite's titles, ceremonies, and privileges. They claim everything is different because their power is based on merit, not birth. But the outcome looks remarkably similar. New boss, same as the old boss. Upon becoming emperor, Napoleon created a new nobility. The Legion of Honor, established in 1802, was a system of medals rewarding merit. Then, in 1808, came the imperial nobility, dukes, counts, and barons. Napoleon's generals became dukes, his ministers became counts, and his officials became barons. Napoleon even made his brothers kings, Joseph, king of Naples, and later, king of Spain. Louis, king of Holland, J. king of Westphalia. His sister Elisa became Grand Duchess of Tuscany, and Caroline became Queen of Naples. The Bonaparte family, once impoverished minor Corsican nobility, now ruled half of Europe. How far was this from revolutionary principles? The French Revolution had abolished noble titles and declared all citizens equal. Now Napoleon was re-establishing a hierarchy, merely under different names. Napoleon would defend this. He would say his nobility was different. The old nobility was based on birth. You were born a duke or you were nothing. The new nobility was based on achievement. You earned your title by serving the state. It was a true meritocracy, he would say. But was it? Yes, for the first generation. Napoleon's generals did earn their titles through military merit. But then what? Their sons would inherit the titles and wealth. Those sons didn't have to earn anything. They were born with advantages, just like the old nobility. The new hierarchy became a hereditary class within one generation. This is the fourth lesson. Meritocracy in practice becomes oligarchy. You cannot have a hierarchy based on merit without it turning into a hierarchy based on birth. Because successful people will pass their advantages on to their children. Even worse, Napoleon made his family members kings based on what? Not on merit. Joseph was a terrible king. Louis sided with his Dutch subjects against Napoleon and had to abdicate. J. was a playboy, more concerned with parties than governance. But they were Bonaparte. That was enough. This was pure nepotism, wrapped in dynastic necessity. Napoleon needed loyal rulers in conquered territories. He trusted family over outsiders. It was practical, but it also made him a hypocrite. He preached meritocracy, but practiced nepotism. He condemned the privileges of the old nobility, but created new noble privileges. This raises a difficult question. Did Napoleon truly believe in his own principles? Or were they merely convenient rhetoric? I believe he did, at least at the start. But power changes people. It makes principles flexible. It makes exceptions seem reasonable. By 1808, Napoleon had convinced himself that his family dynasty was not at odds with meritocracy. After all, he had won his empire through merit. So it was fair for his family to inherit it. It was selfish logic, but to him, it felt justified. Napoleon crowned Josephine as empress. However, their marriage had issues. Josephine was now 41 years old. She could not give Napoleon a child. They had been married for 8 years without children. Napoleon needed an heir without a son. His dynasty would end after his death. His empire would collapse into civil war. This was not merely personal. It was a political necessity. Yet, Napoleon loved Josephine. He had loved her passionately. He still loved her, though the passion had cooled. She was his closest confidant. She advised him politically. She smoothed his rough edges. She made him acceptable in high society. Without Josephine, he would have remained a rough Corsican general. She made him an emperor, but she could not give him a son. That made her irrelevant in his new world. Napoleon delayed the decision for years. He had an illegitimate child with his mistress, proving he could father children. He knew the problem lay with Josephine, not him. Yet he could not bring himself to leave her. This was not weakness. It was humanity. He was not a monster. He had feelings. He valued loyalty. Josephine had supported him for years. She believed in him when he was still a nobody. How could he abandon her now? But his advisors kept pressing. His family despised Josephine and wanted her gone. His generals feared a succession crisis without an heir. France needed stability. The empire required continuity. In the end, politics prevailed over the personal. On the 30th of November 1809, Napoleon told Josephine they must divorce. It is said they both wept. It was genuine sorrow, even for a carefully calculated political act. Divorce is civilized. Napoleon was generous. Josephine retained her title, Empress of the French. She kept her palace and her income. She spent the rest of her life in comfort. But her heart was broken. Napoleon too, in his way. But he had no time for sorrow. He needed a new wife. He needed an heir. He considered several candidates. A Russian Grand Duchess, politically useful, but the Tsar hesitated. Then Austria made an offer. Marie-Louise, daughter of Francis, Emperor of Austria. She was 18. Napoleon was 40. She was a Habsburg, Europe's oldest and most prestigious royal family. It was a coup. Napoleon, the Corsican upstart, child of the Revolution, married the grandniece of Marie Antoinette. The irony was thick. The French Revolution executed Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. Now the Revolution's heir married into her family. In April 1810, Napoleon married Marie-Louise. It was a lavish ceremony. Representatives from all the courts of Europe attended. Napoleon was overjoyed. He was accepted by the old aristocracy. At last, he was no longer just a military conqueror. He was a legitimate monarch allied with Europe's oldest dynasty. His children would have Habsburg blood. The dynasty he founded would be based not just on military power, but on lineage. This was the peak of Napoleon's personal ambition. But it was also a complete betrayal of the revolution. Napoleon has started out opposing the aristocracy of blood. He preached merit and achievement. Now he desperately sought validation from that very lineage. He wanted them to accept him as one of their own. This was not a sign of strength. It was a sign of insecurity. Truly confident people do not need the approval of old elites. They create their own legitimacy. This is the fifth lesson. On the dangers of acceptance, Napoleon spent his rise breaking the old system. He proved that talent mattered more than birth. He showed that outsiders could reach the top. It was powerful. It was revolutionary. But then he sought validation from the old system. He wanted their titles, their ceremonies, their lineage. By doing so, he gave that system power over him. He said, implicitly, that the old ways still mattered. Birth still mattered. This weakened his own message. It told other outsiders that even if you reach the top, you will still crave the acceptance of the old elite. You will never truly belong. Napoleon could have rejected that game. He could have said, I don't need your acceptance. I created my own empire. I set my own standards. Instead, he sought their approval. That was weakness, not strength. On the 20th of March, 1811, Marie-Louise gave birth to a son. Napoleon was overjoyed. He had an heir, the King of Rome. They called the boy because Napoleon had made himself King of Italy, and Rome was the ancient capital. This child was a fusion of two worlds, revolution and monarchy, Bonaparte and Habsburg, talent and lineage. Napoleon saw the dynasty lasting for centuries. He imagined the Bonapartes ruling Europe as the Habsburgs once had. But it would not happen. The boy would have a tragic fate. When Napoleon fell, the boy would be taken to Vienna, far from France, far from his heritage. He would die of tuberculosis at 21, never ruling, never fulfilling the destiny his father dreamed for him. But that was still in the future. In 1811, Napoleon felt invincible. He had an empire, he had a dynasty, he had an heir. What more could he want? Let us reflect on Napoleon's journey from first consul to emperor, from 1799 to 1811, 12 years. He began as a savior, bringing order to chaos. He ended as an autocrat, surrounded by ceremony, increasingly detached from reality. What changed? Power changed him. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton would say, but corruption is not always obvious. It was not that Napoleon became a monster. He still believed he was working for the good of France. He still spent long hours on government affairs. He still cared for his soldiers. But he lost something crucial. Humility. He began to believe his own propaganda. He began to think himself indispensable. Rules applied to others, not to him. Criticism was not constructive, but treasonous. Compromise was not prudent, but weakness. This is the sixth lesson. Power does not change people. It reveals them. It amplifies the tendencies they already possess. Napoleon was always ambitious. Power allowed that ambition to run unchecked. He was always confident. Power turned that confidence into arrogance. He was always impatient with criticism. Power enabled him to suppress it. Early on, he had people around him willing to disagree. Talleyrand would offer shrewd advice. Fouché would warn against excess. Even Josephine would temper his impulses. But as he grew more powerful, those voices grew quieter or were removed. Talleyrand was sidelined. Fouché was dismissed. Josephine was divorced. Napoleon replaced them with more compliant individuals. He surrounded himself with yes men, telling him what he wanted to hear. This created an echo chamber. Napoleon lost touch with reality. He began to believe his judgment was always right. His intuition could not fail. His strategy could not err. That belief led to catastrophic decisions. Spain, Russia. He would make mistakes that any honest advisor could have warned him against. But no one dared to speak up. This is the ultimate lesson from Napoleon becoming emperor. Success can be the most dangerous form of failure. When you keep winning, you stop learning. When everyone obeys you, you stop listening. When nothing stops you, you lose self-control. In 1811, Napoleon was the most powerful man in Europe. He ruled an empire stretching from Spain to Poland. He had an army that seemed invincible. He had loyal supporters. He had a young heir. He had everything. It was that everything that would destroy him. because a man who has everything believes he can lose nothing. He becomes reckless. He takes unnecessary risks. He ignores warnings. He overextends, caution, flexibility, knowing his limits. By 1811, Napoleon believed he had no limits. He would soon discover he was wrong. Those limits would impose themselves in terrible, bloody ways in the hills of Spain, in the snows of Russia, on the battlefield of Leipzig, in the mud of Waterloo, but that was still ahead. Now in 1811, Napoleon was at the peak of his power. He did not know he had already begun to fall. In 1805, the monarchs of Europe once again united against Napoleon. The Third Coalition, Britain, Russia, Austria, Sweden, and Naples. They could not tolerate Napoleon's empire. He was not merely a French threat. He was a threat of revolution. Even though he now wore a crown, his very existence challenged the entire order of Europe. Legitimate monarchs, ruling by divine right and bloodline, could not accept a Corsican upstart as their equal. Worse still, Napoleon was spreading his ideas wherever he conquered. He abolished feudalism. He introduced civil law. He broke the power of the old aristocracy. These ideas were contagious. If Napoleon were allowed to continue, the entire old order would collapse, so they united to destroy him. Napoleon faced the greatest crisis of his career. His enemies outnumbered him. They were richer than him. They could field larger armies. But Napoleon had advantages: speed, mobility, and most importantly, the Grande Armée. It was one of the finest armies in history. 200,000 men, well trained, experienced, and commanded by Napoleon's best marshals: Davout, Soult, Ney, Lannes, Augereau, Bessy Fayres. These men were masters of war. They understood Napoleon's tactics. They could act independently, but coordinate as a whole. Napoleon organized the Grande Armée into corps, each capable of fighting on its own or combining into an unstoppable force. This gave him flexibility. He could move fast, separate enemy forces, and defeat them in detail before they could unite. This is exactly what he planned to do. The Austrian army was at Ulm in southern Germany. The Russian army was marching west to join them. Napoleon would defeat the Austrians before the Russians arrived. In October 1805, Napoleon executed one of the most perfect maneuvers in military history. The Austrians expected him to attack from the west through the Black Forest. Instead, he marched north through Franconia, then turned south to reach the rear of the Austrian forces. It was a massive flanking maneuver, with 200,000 men covering hundreds of kilometers in a matter of weeks. The logistics were incredible, but it worked. By the time the Austrians realized what was happening, it was too late. They were surrounded at Ulm, with all escape routes cut off. General Mack, the Austrian commander, attempted to break out. He failed. On the 20th of October, he surrendered. 70,000 Austrian soldiers laid down their arms with hardly a fight. It was a stroke of strategic brilliance. Napoleon had destroyed an enemy army without fighting a major battle. He won with maneuver, not bloodshed. It was the pinnacle of the art of war. Sunday Tizu would have approved. This is the first lesson from Ulm. The best victory is the one won without fighting. Napoleon could have attacked Ulm, forcing a breakthrough through the Austrian lines. He would have won. His army was better. But the cost would have been high. Thousands would have died. Instead, he made the battle unnecessary through clever maneuvers. He placed the enemy in an impossible position. They could fight and be destroyed, or surrender and save their lives. The rational choice was to surrender. Mack chose rationality. This was not cowardice. It was an acknowledgement of the reality of defeat. But Ulm also revealed a problem with Napoleon's way of war. He relied too heavily on personal genius. The entire campaign depended on his decisions, his timing, his judgment. What if he made a mistake? What if he fell ill or was injured? No one could replace him. The system would collapse without him. This made him indispensable. But it also made the entire empire fragile. A single bullet, an illness, and the entire structure could collapse. But just as Napoleon was achieving victory at Ulm, disaster struck at sea. On the 21st of October, the same day Mack surrendered, Admiral Nelson defeated the combined French and Spanish fleet at Cape Trafalgar. It was a devastating defeat. 22 French and Spanish ships were captured or sunk. 0 British ships were lost. Nelson died in the battle, but his victory was total. Trafalgar ended any hope Napoleon had of invading Britain. He would never control the seas. Britain would continue to rule the waves, blockade the continent, and fund coalitions against Napoleon. It was a strategic turning point. Napoleon could conquer Europe on land, but he could never conquer Britain. And as long as Britain remained free and resistant, Napoleon would always have an enemy. This was the second lesson: know your limits. Napoleon was a genius at land warfare, but he knew almost nothing about naval warfare. He entrusted naval command to mediocre admirals. He appointed admirals based on political loyalty rather than competence. The outcome was predictable. The British Navy, led by professionals like Nelson, crushed it. Napoleon never learned this lesson. He continued to neglect sea power. He focused on what he was good at, land warfare, and ignored what he was not. This is a common mistake. Leaders double down on their strengths and overlook their weaknesses. In the short term, it works. In the long term, it is disastrous. Because the weaknesses you ignore will eventually kill you. For Napoleon, that weakness was sea power. The continued dominance of the British Navy meant Napoleon could never truly win the war. He could conquer the continent, but Britain would keep funding, supporting, and organizing resistance. In the end, Napoleon would be defeated, but that was still in the future for now. In late 1805, Napoleon suppressed the bad news of Trafalgar. He declared it irrelevant. Land was what mattered. He marched toward Austria and Russia. The 2nd of December, 1805. Austerlitz. Napoleon called it his greatest victory. 3 emperors were present: Napoleon, Tsar Alexander I of Russia, and Emperor Francis I of Austria. Hence, the Battle of the 3 Emperors. The battlefield was in Moravia. In what is now the Czech Republic, Napoleon had 73,000 men. The combined Austro-Russian forces had 85,000. Napoleon was outnumbered, but he had the advantage. He chose the battlefield. He studied the terrain. He knew what the Allies would do. He set a trap and waited for them to walk into it. The key terrain feature was the Pratzen Heights, the hills dominating the battlefield. Napoleon deliberately abandoned them, making his right flank appear weak. He hoped the Allies would attack there, trying to encircle him. They would do exactly as planned. On the eve of battle, Napoleon moved through the camp, speaking with his soldiers. They lit torches, illuminating the entire camp in celebration of the anniversary of his coronation. This was not planned. It was spontaneous. The soldiers loved their emperor. They would do anything for him. Napoleon knew this. He cultivated it. He remembered the soldiers' names. He asked about their campaigns. He shared in their hardships. It was not merely manipulation, though it was that too. It was also genuine camaraderie. Napoleon came from the army. He understood soldiers. They felt that. It gave them an advantage. No other army possessed personal loyalty to their commander, not just to a country or a cause. This loyalty would be tested to its limits in the coming battle. It would hold at dawn on the 2nd of December. The battle began. As Napoleon had predicted, the Allies attacked his right flank. They descended from the Pratzen Heights, attempting to encircle him. This was exactly what Napoleon wanted. As the Allied forces left the high ground, Napoleon ordered Marshal Soult to attack the center. The French troops charged up the Pratzen Heights and seized it. Now they held a commanding position on the battlefield. They could defeat the Allied center. The Allies were split. Their left wing was separated from the right. Panic spread. Russian and Austrian troops tried to retreat, but were ridden down by French cavalry. Thousands drowned in the frozen lakes when the ice broke beneath them. By the afternoon, the battle was over. The Allied forces were shattered. 27,000 were killed, wounded, or captured. The French suffered only 9,000 casualties. It was a decisive victory. More importantly, it was a spectacular one. Napoleon showed Europe that he was not merely lucky. He was a military genius. He could win against the odds. He could outmaneuver his opponents. He could destroy empires in a single day. The consequences of Austerlitz were profound. Austria sued for peace. The Treaty of Pressburg, the 26th of December. Austria ceded vast territories. It paid a huge indemnity. It withdrew from the war. The Third Coalition collapsed. Napoleon reorganized Germany. He created the Confederation of the Rhine, a French client state. This meant the end of the Holy Roman Empire, an institution that had existed for 1,000 years. Francis II renounced the title of Holy Roman Emperor. Now he was merely Francis I, Emperor of Austria. Napoleon redrew the map of Europe in a matter of months. This was the third lesson about the power of decisive victory. Napoleon did not win wars of attrition. He did not slowly wear down his enemies. He crushed them in a single day. That decisiveness created psychological shock. It demoralized the enemy. It made allies defect. It forced terms of peace. Austerlitz was a case study in perfectly executed campaigns. In 1806, Prussia made the mistake of challenging Napoleon. The Prussian army had a great reputation. Frederick the Great, a century earlier, had made it the best in Europe. But that was a century ago. The Prussian army still used Frederick's tactics. It was commanded by old officers stuck in the past. It was slow, rigid, and outdated. But the Prussians did not know this. They believed in their myth. They saw Napoleon crush Austria and thought they would do better. They issued an ultimatum. France must withdraw its troops from Germany. Napoleon, of course, refused. Prussia declared war. It was suicide. On the 14th of October, 1806, the Battle of Jena-Auerstedt. Actually, two battles. On the same day, at Jena, Napoleon faced the main Prussian force. At Auerstedt, Marshal Davout confronted another Prussian army. Both battles were overwhelming French victories. At Jena, Napoleon annihilated the Prussian army. At Auerstedt, Davout, with fewer troops, defeated a larger Prussian force. It was an incredible achievement. Davout proved himself one of Napoleon's finest marshals. But what was truly shocking was what happened after the battles. The Prussian army did not retreat and regroup. It collapsed, disintegrated, dissolved. Fortresses surrendered without a fight. Entire armies capitulated. Within 3 weeks, Prussia ceased to exist as a military power. Napoleon occupied Berlin. He stood before the tomb of Frederick the Great. The conqueror paid tribute to the conquered, acknowledging greatness even in an enemy. But Prussia's destruction was so complete that Napoleon did not even need to continue fighting. The state had crumbled. What does this teach us? The fourth lesson: institutions must evolve or die. The Prussian army was stuck in the past. It employed tactics that had worked 50 years earlier. It had not adapted to the new realities of warfare. Napoleon used fast-moving corps, dispersed yet coordinated. He used skirmishers, flexible infantry. He used artillery aggressively to create breakthroughs. The Prussians used rigid formations, moved slowly, used artillery defensively. They might have defeated Napoleon in 1756. In 1806, they stood no chance. This applies beyond the military organizations, companies, governments that remain stuck in the past are destroyed by more agile competitors. Adaptation is not optional. It is survival, but adaptation is difficult, especially for successful institutions. Success creates inertia. It says, our methods worked. Why change? The answer is, the world changes. What once worked no longer does. Organizations that refuse to evolve go extinct. Prussia learned that in 1806 they would remember that lesson. 20 years later, they would reform their army. They would help defeat Napoleon at Waterloo. But that was still in the future. In the summer of 1807, at Tilsit, Napoleon met with Tsar Alexander I of Russia on a raft in the Neman River. It was one of the most famous diplomatic scenes in history, two emperors, two empires, meeting on neutral territory on a raft in the middle of the river. Why a raft? Because neither side would go to the other's territory. That would have meant submission, so they met on the river, a symbolic middle ground. But there was nothing equal about this meeting. Napoleon had just crushed the combined armies of Russia and Prussia. He had defeated them at the battles of Eylau and Friedland. The Russian army was shattered. Prussia no longer existed. Alexander needed peace. He negotiated from a position of weakness, but Napoleon needed Alexander. He could not conquer Russia. It was too big. It was too far away. He needed Russia as an ally, or at least as a neutral. The treaties of Tilsit were signed on the 7th of July and 9th. The terms were highly favorable to Napoleon. Prussia lost half of its territory and was reduced to a second. Great power Russia recognized Napoleon's control over Western Europe and agreed to join the continental system. Napoleon's economic war against Britain. In exchange, Russia was given free rein to expand northward against Sweden and southward against the Ottoman Empire. Napoleon and Alexander would divide Europe, the west to France, the east to Russia. This was meant to be a lasting peace, two empires cooperating rather than competing, sharing the continent, but it was an illusion. Neither Napoleon nor Alexander trusted the other. Both were preparing for an ultimate confrontation. Tilsit was not peace, it was a truce. Both nations were waiting for the right moment to resume the war. Yet now, in the summer of 1807, Napoleon stood at the absolute peak of his power. He ruled from the borders of Spain to Poland. His brother was a king. His marshal was a duke. His laws governed millions. His army was invincible. He was 38 years old. In 15 years, he rose from an unknown artillery officer to the master of Europe. This is one of the most astonishing ascents in human history. Only Alexander and Caesar compare. But Alexander was the son of a king. Caesar was an aristocrat. Napoleon rose from nothing to everything. By talent, ambition, and will alone. This is the fifth lesson: at the right time, in the right place, with the right skills. One person can change the world. Napoleon was the right man for revolutionary France. He gave it what it needed: order, stability, glory. He built lasting institutions. He spread modernizing ideas. He broke the chains of feudalism. He was the bridge from darkness to light. Or at least, that is the story he would tell. But let's be honest about this peak. Yes, Napoleon reached extraordinary heights. But at what cost? Hundreds of thousands died in his campaigns. Austerlitz, 35,000 casualties. Jena, 20,000 casualties. Friedland, 30,000 casualties. Each victory was built on piles of corpses. Napoleon would say, these deaths were necessary. For France, for the revolution, for civilization against barbarism. But what about the dead soldiers? Their families? Were their sacrifices truly necessary? Or was Napoleon feeding his own need for glory, wrapped in patriotic rhetoric? This is the sixth lesson, about the moral ambiguity of success. Napoleon achieved great things, but he also caused immense suffering. Both are true. We cannot celebrate one and ignore the other. Great leaders often build their legacies on corpses. We remember their achievements. We forget their victims. More importantly, the peak of 1807 contained the seeds of future collapse. Napoleon conquered too much, too quickly. He had no time to consolidate. He lacked the resources to control everything. He imposed French rule in Germany, Italy, and Poland. The locals initially welcomed him as a liberator, but they soon resented him as an occupier. The presence of French troops, the burden of French taxes, the arrogance of French officials, all of this created resentment. Nationalism began to awaken. Germans, Italians, and Spaniards started to see themselves not as subjects of the French Empire, but as oppressed peoples. That nationalism would ultimately destroy Napoleon. But in 1807, it was still weak. Napoleon could not see the threat. He believed his empire was stable. He thought the conquered peoples had accepted French rule. He was wrong. But it would take years and hundreds of thousands of lives for him to realize this. This is the seventh and final lesson from Napoleon's peak. At the summit, it is hardest to see that you have begun to decline. Success creates blind spots. You believe what made you successful will continue to work. You believe you understand the world. You believe your judgment is infallible. All these beliefs are dangerous. They prevent you from seeing change. They prevent you from adapting. They set you up for failure. Napoleon was at his peak in 1807, but he had already begun making the mistakes that would ruin him. Spain, Russia, he did not yet know, but the clock had already started ticking. In 1808, Napoleon committed the greatest strategic mistake of his career. He invaded Spain. Why? The apparent reason was that the Spanish King Charles IV was weak and incompetent, and his son Ferdinand was plotting against him. Napoleon saw an opportunity. He invited both to France to mediate. Then he forced both to abdicate, appointing his brother Joseph as the King of Spain. Napoleon believed the Spanish would accept this, just as the Italians and Germans had accepted French rule. He completely misjudged the situation. The Spanish did not want a foreign king. They did not want Enlightenment reforms. They wanted their traditions, their religion, their independence. When French troops occupied Madrid, the entire country erupted. This was not a war of army against army. It was a war of the people. Guerrilla warfare, the Spanish Little War, was born from this. On May 2nd, the Madrid uprising civilians attacked French soldiers. The French suppression was brutal. On May 3rd, hundreds of Spaniards were executed. Goya would paint these scenes, the 2nd of May 1808 and the 3rd of May 1808, among the most powerful indictments of wartime atrocities in art history. But the Madrid uprising was just the beginning. All of Spain erupted. In Zaragoza, civilians defended the city against a French siege for months. At Belfain, a French army surrendered to Spanish guerrillas, an unprecedented humiliation for Napoleon's forces. In the countryside, guerrilla fighters waged a relentless war of harassment. They would ambush supply convoys. They would assassinate French officials. They would vanish into the mountains. The French army could not fight them. How do you fight an enemy that looks like a peasant? How do you occupy a country when you hold all the forts but not the countryside? Napoleon poured more and more troops into Spain. 300,000 soldiers among his best. But they were pinned down. They could occupy cities, but they could not secure peace. Every time they left their fortresses, they were attacked. Supply lines were cut. Messengers were killed. Traitors were everywhere. To make matters worse, Britain sent an army to aid the Spaniards, commanded by Wellington. Wellington was the first general Napoleon faced, who was truly his equal. He understood defensive warfare. He would choose strong positions and let the French attack him. He would wear them down. He would retreat when necessary. He would counterattack when it was safe. He was an opponent Napoleon could not defeat. This was the first lesson from the Spanish disaster. Arrogance led to miscalculation. Napoleon assumed Spain would be like the other countries he had conquered. He did not understand the uniqueness of Spanish culture. He did not foresee the power of religious fervor and national pride. He believed conquest was a matter of technique. Defeat the army, occupy the capital. install a new government, done. But Spain taught him otherwise. Conquest was not merely military. It was cultural, psychological, political. You could defeat the army, but if the people refused to be conquered, you had won nothing. You were merely occupying hostile territory, a bleeding drain on your treasury and military resources. That is exactly what Spain became. Napoleon called it the Spanish ulcer. An ulcer, a constantly bleeding wound that never heals, slowly killing the body. That is precisely what it did to Napoleon's empire. 300,000 soldiers tied down in Spain when he needed them elsewhere. Billions of francs wasted on a never-ending campaign, morale shattered by endless guerrilla warfare. And worst of all, it showed the rest of Europe that Napoleon could be resisted. His armies were not invincible. If Spanish peasants could resist him, why not Germans or Italians? In 1812, while the Spanish ulcer was still bleeding, Napoleon made an even worse decision. He decided to invade Russia. Why? Because Tsar Alexander was violating the continental blockade. He was trading with Britain, ignoring Napoleon's ban. This was a challenge to Napoleon as authority. He could not tolerate it, but there were deeper reasons as well. The alliance between Napoleon and Alexander had always been fragile. Two empires, two egos, could not coexist for long. Conflict was inevitable. Napoleon knew this. He decided to strike first. He would crush Russia before it grew stronger. He would repeat Austerlitz and Jena, a swift campaign, a decisive battle, forcing peace. That was the plan. The plan was insane. Russia was not Austria or Prussia. It was immense. From the Russian border to Moscow was over 1,000 kilometers. Logistics would be a nightmare. But Napoleon assembled the largest army ever seen, 600,000 men. Not just Frenchmen, troops from across the empire. Italians, Germans, Poles, Dutchmen. It was a true display of the Napoleonic Empire's power. No single nation could stand against this force. Yet, it also revealed weaknesses. Many of these soldiers did not want to be there. They fought for a conqueror, not for their own country. Their loyalty was questionable. And the army was too large. 600,000 men required immense amounts of food, water, and ammunition. Supply lines would stretch for hundreds of kilometers. What if the Russians cut them off? What if they refused to fight? What if they simply retreated deep into the interior? Napoleon's advisors raised these questions. He ignored them. He was convinced his genius would overcome any obstacle. This was the second lesson. Believing in one's own myth is dangerous. Napoleon's past successes convinced him that he could not fail. He had won many battles. He had conquered many countries. Why would Russia be any different? But Russia was different. It was too vast, too empty, too unfamiliar. All the skills Napoleon had honed in Western Europe, rapid maneuvers, decisive battles, political manipulation, were useless in Russia as endless expanse. Yet he could not see this. His triumphs had blinded him to the risks. On the 24th of June 1812, the Grande Armée crossed the Niemen River into Russia. The beginning was glorious. The army stretched to the horizon. Equipment gleamed in the sun. The soldiers were confident. They thought it would be like previous campaigns. A few weeks. One great battle, victory. They were wrong. The Russians avoided battle. They retreated. They burned everything behind them. This was known as the scorched earth policy. The French army marched deeper into Russia, finding no enemy to fight and no food to requisition. The Russians had taken or burned everything. Supply lines could not keep up. Soldiers starved. Horses died. Disease spread. And this was in summer. Before any battles, the army melted away with each day's march. By the time they reached Smolensk in August, 600,000 had become 180,000. The rest were dead, sick, missing, or had deserted. This was the third lesson. logistics win wars, not heroism. Napoleon had always understood this in his earlier campaigns. But in Russia, he ignored it. He assumed he could live off the land, as in Germany or Italy. But Russia's scale made that impossible. He should have realized this before starting. Any honest assessment would have shown the logistical risks. But Napoleon did not want an honest assessment. He wanted confirmation of what he had already decided. The 7th of September, Borodino, the Russians are finally ready to fight. General Kutuzov, the cunning old veteran, has chosen a strong defensive position. The Russians have 120,000 men. Napoleon has 130,000, the pitiful remnants of his original 600,000. The battle is terrible. Tolstoy will describe it in Fey War and Peace. Fey, one of the greatest war novels in history. This is not elegant maneuvering or clever tactics. It is brutal, head-on conflict. The French attack the Russian positions again and again. The Russians hold and counterattack. Both sides suffer horrific losses. By sunset, 70,000 are dead or wounded. The battlefield is a vision of hell. With corpses piled high, the Russians retreat, but in good order. Their army remains intact. Napoleon has won the field. But he has not won a decisive victory. The Russian army will fight another day. Napoleon knew this was not enough. He needed a decisive victory, like Austerlitz. He needed to destroy the Russian army and force the Tsar to negotiate peace. Instead, he faced another costly stalemate. His army was exhausted and bleeding. Winter was approaching. He should have stopped there. He should have wintered in Smolensk, consolidated his position, and resumed the campaign in the spring. Any rational strategic assessment would have advised this. But Napoleon could not stop. He had come so far. He had sacrificed so much. He needed to prove it was all worthwhile. He needed to enter Moscow. He needed a spectacular victory, so he pressed on. This is the fourth lesson, the sunk cost fallacy. People persist with poor decisions because they have invested too much. They think that if they stop now, all those sacrifices will have been in vain. But continuing only magnifies the losses. Knowing when to cut your losses, when to admit a mistake, is one of the most difficult leadership skills. Napoleon never mastered it. On the 14th of September, Napoleon entered Moscow. He expected a delegation to surrender. He expected peace negotiations. He received none. The city was almost empty. The residents had evacuated. The Tsar's representatives did not come. No one surrendered. No one negotiated. Only silence then. That night, the fires began. Different parts of Moscow ignited simultaneously. It was no accident. It was deliberate sabotage, likely ordered by the Russians themselves. If the French would occupy Moscow, they would occupy ashes. The fires burned for 5 days. 2/3 of Moscow was destroyed. The areas occupied by the French army turned to ruins. It was the ultimate scorched earth tactic. Napoleon had marched 1,000 kilometers to capture the Russian capital. Now that capital was burning. He sat in the Kremlin, the most powerful man in Europe, yet utterly powerless. Napoleon stayed in Moscow for 5 weeks, waiting for Alexander to negotiate peace. Letters were sent, no reply. More letters, silence. Napoleon couldn't believe it. The Russians had lost their capital. Their army was defeated. How could they refuse to negotiate? But Alexander understood something. Napoleon did not. Time was on Russia's side. With each passing week, the French army grew weaker. Supplies ran out, morale collapsed. Winter approached. Finally, on the 19th of October, Napoleon ordered the retreat. It was an admission of defeat. He had won every battle but lost the campaign. He had captured the capital but not won the war. This was the 5th lesson. Tactical victory does not equal strategic success. You can win every battle and still lose the war. Because war is more than just battles. War is about achieving political objectives. Napoleon's goal was to force Russia back into an alliance. He failed. All the victories were meaningless. The retreat began in an orderly fashion, but as October turned into November, the weather worsened. Snow began to fall. Temperatures plummeted. The French army had no winter clothing prepared. Soldiers died from frostbite. Horses slipped on the ice and broke their legs. Cannons were abandoned because there were no horses to pull them. Supply wagons got stuck in the mud. To make matters worse, Cossack cavalry followed the army, attacking stragglers. Anyone who left the main column was killed or captured. Discipline broke down. Soldiers discarded their rifles to fight over food. Officers lost control of their troops. The Grande Arme fight, once one of the greatest armies in history, turned into a hungry, freezing, desperate mob. Napoleon tried to maintain order, but even his will could not stand against the Russian winter. By the end of November, the retreat had become a disaster. The 26th of November, -28, the Berezina River. This became synonymous with disaster. The French army needed to cross the river, but the bridges were destroyed. Engineers worked in icy water to construct pontoon bridges. Many died from hypothermia during the construction. When the bridges were ready, desperate soldiers rushed toward them. The bridges were overloaded. One bridge collapsed. Thousands fell into the icy river and drowned. Cossacks attacked the crowds on the opposite bank. Panic spread. Soldiers trampled each other in their attempts to escape. Women and children who had followed the army were crushed in the chaos. It was indescribable horror. Those who survived would carry the trauma for the rest of their lives. In early December, Napoleon abandoned his army. Again, just like in Egypt, he left secretly at night, leaving Murat in command. He needed to return to Paris before news of the disaster spread. He needed to control the narrative. He needed to raise a new army. The final bill for the Russian campaign was horrific. 600,000 men invaded. Fewer than 20,000 returned. More than 580,000 died, were captured, or went missing. An entire army was annihilated. It was one of the greatest disasters in military history. It dwarfed any ancient battle. This was industrialized warfare with mass conscript armies, but applied with pre-industrial logistics. The result was slaughter. Napoleon would later say that, from the sublime to the ridiculous is but a step. He was talking about Russia. His greatest gamble became his greatest disaster. This is the sixth lesson: overconfidence kills. Napoleon believed he could conquer anyone. He believed his genius could overcome any obstacle. He was wrong. Some challenges are too great, even for genius. Some risks are too great to be taken. Knowing those limits, respecting them, is wisdom. Ignoring them is hubris. Napoleon was hubristic. He paid. Spain and Russia together destroyed Napoleon's empire. Spain tied down 300,000 soldiers for 5 years. Russia killed 600,000 soldiers in 6 months. That was 1 million men. France's finest army wasted in 2 unwinnable wars. Why did Napoleon fight them? Arrogance. He believed he could impose his will on anyone. He did not heed warnings. He did not understand the realities of culture and geography. He thought power could overcome everything. He was wrong. This is the 7th lesson. Not all problems can be solved by force. Some require diplomacy. Some require compromise. Some require accepting that you cannot have everything. Napoleon never learned that. He always chose conquest over negotiation. In the end, he tried to conquer too much. He overextended. His empire, which seemed so powerful in 1807, collapsed by 1812. Spain and Russia teach us about the limits of empire. They appear strong as they expand. Each conquest makes them seem more unstoppable. But there comes a point when an empire grows too large to manage. They overextend, their armies spread too thin. Their resources deplete, their enemies multiply. Then, they collapse rapidly. Rome took centuries. Napoleon took years, but the pattern is the same. This is the eighth and final lesson from Napoleon's overextension. Know when to stop. Know when to say, enough is enough. Know when to consolidate, rather than expand. Napoleon could have done this in 1807. He could have maintained an alliance with Russia. He could have avoided Spain. He could have focused on consolidating his empire, making it prosperous. He would have retired as one of Europe's greatest rulers, but he could not stop. His ambition would not allow it. He needed more, always more. And that insatiable hunger destroyed him, just as it has destroyed countless others. News of the Russian disaster stunned Europe. Napoleon no longer seemed invincible. His grande armée had been destroyed. His myth was shattered. The monarchs of Europe smelled blood. Prussia defected first, in early 1813. It had been secretly rebuilding its army for years, waiting for this moment. Then came Austria, Napoleon's ally, the country of his father-in-law, the ultimate betrayal. Russia, Sweden, and Britain joined in. The Sixth Coalition, this time, was different. Previous coalitions had collapsed after Napoleon's victories. This time, the Allies had learned. They coordinated. They avoided decisive battles. They dispersed Napoleon's forces. When he chased one army, others would strike elsewhere. This was the Trachenberg Plan, devised by Austrian General Schwarzenberg. Avoid Napoleon himself. Attack his marshals. Wear down his army. Time was on the Allies' side. Napoleon displayed incredible energy. He built a new army within months. By the spring of 1813, he had 200,000 men. But these were not the veterans of the Grande Armée. They were recruits, young men, teenage boys, called Marie Louises, named after his wife. They were brave, but inexperienced. They would charge but lacked discipline. More importantly, there was a shortage of cavalry. Russia had destroyed Napoleon's horses. Without cavalry, he could not pursue a defeated enemy. Without pursuit, victory was not decisive. But Napoleon still won battles. Alfeidzen, Botzen, May 1813. He defeated the Allies, but they retreated and regrouped. He could not deliver the fatal blow. This was the first lesson. Quality cannot always be compensated for by quantity. Napoleon could conscript more soldiers, but he could not give them 10 years of combat experience. A seasoned army has irreplaceable value. The 26th of August, -27, Dresden. Napoleon fought his last great victory. With 120,000 men, he faced an Allied force of 200,000 in a torrential downpour. Napoleon launched a classic flank attack. He shattered the Allies' flank, forcing them into a chaotic retreat. This was the old Napoleon, the master of maneuver and decision. But the victory was hollow. His marshals were failing elsewhere. Ney was defeated at Dennewitz. Vandamme was captured at Culm. Every time Napoleon was absent, his army faltered. This revealed a systemic problem. Napoleon had created a system reliant on his personal genius. Without him, it collapsed. Yet, he could not be everywhere. The Allies exploited this. They avoided him and attacked his lieutenants. The strategy worked. By October, Napoleon was forced back to Leipzig. There, he would fight the largest battle of his career. The 16th of October, -19, the Battle of Leipzig, the Battle of the Nations. This was the largest battle of the Napoleonic Wars, 500,000 men. Napoleon's 190,000 against the coalition, 310,000. 3 days of bloody fighting. Napoleon was outnumbered. He did not have enough ammunition. He did not have enough food. He was surrounded on 3 sides. But he fought shrewdly, using interior lines on the first day. The battle was indecisive. The second day was a rest. On the third day, coalition numbers swelled to 360,000. Napoleon's Saxon allies defected during the battle. Joining the coalition, it was a disaster. Napoleon ordered a retreat. The army needed to cross the Elster River to escape encirclement. There was only one bridge. While the rearguard was still crossing, engineers prematurely blew up the bridge, likely out of panic or a misunderstanding of orders. Thousands of French soldiers were trapped on the wrong side of the river, killed or captured. Leipzig was the turning point. Napoleon lost the decisive battle. His army was shattered. He lost 40,000 dead or wounded, 30,000 captured. More importantly, he lost Germany. The Confederation of the Rhine, his puppet state, collapsed. The German princes defected to the Allies. They saw Napoleon was losing, and they wanted to be on the winning side. By November, Napoleon was back in France, with only tens of thousands of troops left. Leipzig teaches us the second lesson. Loyalty is easy in victory. In defeat, it evaporates. Napoleon's allies were not true allies. They were opportunists, joining the strong and abandoning the weak. Napoleon himself created this system. He ruled through fear and interest. When fear vanished and interests shifted, loyalty disappeared. Only alliances based on genuine shared values can withstand defeat. Napoleon never built that kind of alliance. Early 1814, the unthinkable happened. Foreign armies were on French soil. Russians, Prussians, Austrians crossed the Rhine. They marched on Paris. Napoleon had only 70,000 soldiers against 300,000 allies. The odds were impossible. But Napoleon fought the most brilliant campaign of his career. Using rapid maneuvers and bold attacks, he fought 6 battles in 2 weeks and won 5 Champaubert. Montmirail, Chaffateau, Thierry, Vauchamps, Montereau. He struck one Allied column, then turned to another, before they could unite. It was the old genius, fighting against enormous odds with a small force. These became known as the 6 Days Campaign. Military historians study them as masterpieces of maneuver warfare. But they were brilliant desperation. Napoleon could win battles, but he could not win the war. After each victory, the Allies simply regrouped. They had endless reinforcements. He did not. On the 30th of March, Paris fell. Napoleon was not in the city. He was fighting the Allied forces in the east. He had left Marshals Marmont and Mortier to defend Paris, but they were undermanned. They put up a symbolic resistance and then surrendered the city. Napoleon rushed back, but it was too late. His marshals came to him, nay, the bravest of the brave, MacDonald, Oudinot, Lefebvre. These men had followed him for years. They told him the truth. The army was finished. The soldiers would fight no more. The people wanted peace. He must abdicate. Napoleon raged. He wanted to keep fighting. He still had troops. He would retreat to the Loire. He would continue the war. His marshals said no. If he continued, they would not follow. For the first time, his generals rebelled. This was the third lesson. Even the most charismatic leader needs the consent of his followers. Napoleon's power had always depended on the loyalty of his generals and army. When that loyalty vanished, he was nothing. The 6th of April, Fontainebleau, Napoleon signed his abdication. He renounced France, Italy, and all his conquests. He was to be exiled to the island of Elba. Off the coast of Italy, he could retain his title of emperor, but only rule over an island 12 kilometers long. He would receive an annual pension of 2 million francs and could bring 400 of his old guards as an escort. This was a staggering fall from ruling most of Europe to governing a tiny island. 2 years earlier, Napoleon was in Moscow, seemingly having conquered the world. Now he was a prisoner, but before signing, something happened. On the night of the 12th of April, Napoleon attempted suicide. He took poison that he had carried for years in case of capture, but the poison failed. Perhaps it was too old and had lost its potency. He fell ill but did not die. This revealed something: Napoleon's state of mind. A man who has lost everything cannot imagine continuing to live. But he survived. He went to Elba. The journey was humiliating. In some towns in southern France, mobs tried to attack his carriage. He had to disguise himself to avoid being recognized. The man who had once been cheered by millions was now insulted by hundreds. Upon arriving in Elba, Napoleon attempted to live a normal life. He reorganized the island's administration. He improved the roads. He planned mining operations. He acted like an emperor, even if only ruling a small island. But he was also watching the mainland. He received visitors. He read newspapers. He knew what was happening in France. The Bourbon monarchy had been restored under Louis XVIII. But the new king was unpopular. He had returned under the protection of foreign armies. He restored the privileges of the old nobility. People began to miss Napoleon. This is the fourth lesson. It does not make the heart softer. People forget the bad and remember the good. Napoleon's wars were forgotten. His glory was remembered. Napoleon spent 10 months on the island of Elba. 10 months of planning and scheming. He heard of the growing discontent in France. He heard how Louis XVIII was losing support. He heard how the army, the veterans, missed him. He realized he had a chance to do the impossible, to return, to reclaim the throne, to become emperor once more. It was madness. He had only 1,000 guards. France had thousands of royal troops. The Allied armies, the ones that had defeated him, were still vigilant. If he returned, he could be captured or killed immediately. But Napoleon never lacked audacity. He had spent his career gambling on the impossible. It had mostly worked. Why not once more? What does this teach us? The fifth lesson. Certain personality types cannot accept defeat. They cannot retire quietly. They need to keep playing the game, even when the odds are stacked against them. Sometimes this is admirable. Sometimes it is tragic. For Napoleon, it would be both. Napoleon's collapse from Moscow in 1812 to his abdication in 1814 is one of the swiftest in history. 2 years. In 2 years, he went from master of Europe to an exiled prisoner. What explains such a rapid collapse? First, systemic overextension. The empire was too large. Its foundations were too weak. It relied on continuous military victories to sustain itself. Once the victories stopped, the entire structure shook. Second, a lack of genuine loyalty. Napoleon's allies were not partners. They were the conquered or opportunists. When he began to fail, they turned against him. Third, population exhaustion. 20 years of war, millions dead, constant conscription, heavy taxes. Even in France, people were weary. They wanted peace, even if it meant losing the empire. Fourth, the enemy's learning curve. The Allied forces finally understood how to defeat Napoleon, avoid decisive battles, coordinate, use numerical superiority, patience. It worked. This leads us to the sixth key lesson. Systems are stronger than individuals. Napoleon built an empire that relied on his personal genius. As long as he was at his peak, it worked. But one person can only do so much. He could not be everywhere. He could not fight every battle. When the Allied forces dispersed his strength, the system collapsed. In contrast, the Allies were systematic, many generals, many armies, coordinated, yet independent. Even if one was defeated, the others continued. This was a distributed system against a centralized one. In the end, the distributed system won. This has profound implications for modern organizations. Building a company or government that depends on one person is fragile. If that person leaves, falls ill, or dies, the entire structure is at risk. True strength comes from institutions, from systems that never rely on any one individual. No matter how brilliant, Napoleon created great institutions. The civil code, the education system, the administrative system. But his empire itself was personal, not institutional. That is why the code survived while the empire fell. The seventh lesson about burnout and judgment. By 1813 to 1814, Napoleon had been fighting for nearly 25 years without interruption. He commanded over 60 major battles. He made countless strategic and political decisions. Even genius has its limits. Fatigue affects judgment. In his later campaigns, Napoleon made mistakes he would not have made earlier. He fought too long at Leipzig. He continued fighting in 1814 when he should have negotiated. Fatigue made him less flexible and more stubborn. He lost the instinct of knowing when to retreat. This reminds us that even the most capable leaders need rest. The quality of decision-making requires a fresh mind. Operating in a constant crisis mode destroys judgment. Napoleon never took a vacation. He never delegated. He did everything personally. This gave him an advantage in the short term. In the long run, it exhausted him. The eighth and final lesson: from collapse, failure, even catastrophic failure, is not the end. Napoleon would prove this. He would not stay on Elba. He would return. There would be the 100 days. That story is still ahead. But even before we get there, collapse teaches us that nothing is permanent. Not success, not failure, not empire, not power. Everything flows. Accepting that impermanence is wisdom. Fighting, it is madness. Napoleon would choose to fight. Late on the night of the 26th of February, 1815, Napoleon and 1,000 guards quietly left the island of Elba. They crossed the Mediterranean in small boats. The British fleet, which was supposed to be watching him, happened to be elsewhere. Luck, as usual, was helping Napoleon. On the 1st of March, he landed on the southern coast of France. He had 1,000 men. Louis XVIII had 200,000 troops in Paris. The odds were absurd. But Napoleon had a plan. He would not fight. He would persuade. He would march north toward Paris, relying on his reputation and the loyalty of the army. He bet that the soldiers, those veterans who had followed him for years, would not fire upon him. It was one of the boldest gambles in history. It worked. The 7th of March, near Grenoble. A royal army was sent to stop Napoleon. The armies faced each other. Napoleon walked forward alone. He opened his coat, baring his chest. He shouted, "Soldiers of the 5th Regiment, do you know me? If anyone wants to kill his emperor, let him shoot now." Silence. Then a voice, "Long live the emperor." Then another. Then the entire regiment, the soldiers threw away their white Bourbon cockades and rushed toward Napoleon. They wept and embraced him. Officers tried to stop them, but failed. The entire regiment defected. This happened again and again over the following days. Every army sent to confront Napoleon joined him. By the time he reached Paris on the 20th of March, he had an army. Louis XVIII fled to Belgium. Napoleon was once again Emperor of France. Not a single shot was fired. This is the first lesson: charisma and legacy are true power. Napoleon's name was stronger than Louis's army. Napoleon returned to power, but this time was different. He tried to present himself as a peaceful constitutional monarch. He issued a new constitution, the Additional Act, limiting his powers. He promised no more conquests. He only wanted to rule France in peace. He hoped Europe would accept him. It was an illusion. The monarchs of Europe were shocked and enraged by his return. They immediately declared him an outlaw. They formed the Seventh Coalition. Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Britain all pledged to send armies to destroy him. Over 1 million soldiers were being mobilized. Napoleon knew he had weeks, perhaps months, before they all arrived. He needed to defeat them again. But this time, he could not rely on speed and surprise. Everyone was on alert. He needed a decisive victory, fast enough to strike before the coalition forces could concentrate. In mid-June, 2 Allied armies were in Belgium: Wellington's Anglo-Dutch forces and B.L. Faucher's Prussian army. If they combined, they would outnumber Napoleon. He needed to defeat them separately before they could unite. On the 16th of June, he defeated the Prussians at Ligny, but not decisively. He sent Marshal Grouchy to pursue them. Then, he turned to Wellington. The 18th of June, Waterloo. The battlefield was near a small town south of Brussels. Wellington chose a strong defensive position on a ridge. Napoleon would have to attack uphill against a well-defended enemy. It was not ideal, but he had no choice. He needed to crush Wellington before the Prussians arrived. The battle began around 11 a.m., after the ground needed to dry following morning rain. That delay would prove fatal. The battle was brutal. Napoleon sent his infantry to attack Wellington's left flank. They captured the strategic positions of Hougoumont Farm and La Haye-Sainte. But Wellington's center held firm. Then Ney, the bravest of the brave, did something incredible. Without orders from Napoleon, he launched a massive cavalry charge against Wellington's center. Thousands of cavalrymen charged up the slope. The British infantry formed squares, bayonets outward. The cavalry could not break through. They charged again and again, brave but futile. Horses and men fell around the squares. This wasted precious time and troops. By late afternoon, Napoleon was finally ready to launch the decisive attack with his elite troops, the Imperial Old Guard. But then bad news arrived. The Prussians were approaching. Grouchy had not stopped them. Napoleon needed to hurry. Around 7 p.m., the Old Guard attacked. They had always been Napoleon's trump card. They had never been defeated in battle, but at Waterloo, they encountered fresh British guards and fierce firepower. After intense fighting, the Old Guard retreated. For the first time, the Old Guard is retreating. The cry spread through the French lines. Panic set in. If the Old Guard could be defeated, all was lost. Meanwhile, the Prussians arrived on the battlefield, attacking the French right flank. The French army collapsed. Napoleon tried to restore order but failed. By 8 p.m., it was a complete rout. The French army was in flight. Napoleon was nearly captured by Cossacks. He escaped, but his army was destroyed. Waterloo was over. Napoleon had lost permanently. This was the second lesson. Timing is everything. If the battle had started a few hours earlier, if the Prussians had arrived later, Napoleon might have won. But history is not written with ifs. It is written with what happened. Napoleon lost because he hesitated. Because Ney wasted the cavalry. Because the Prussians arrived in time. All these small things added up to defeat. On the 22nd of June, Napoleon abdicated for the second time. This time, he made no attempt to negotiate. He knew the game was over. He considered fleeing to America. Ships waited in the harbor. But the British Navy blockaded the coast. He thought about dying in battle. But to what end? In the end, he did something astonishing. He surrendered to his greatest enemy. On the 15th of July, he boarded the British warship HMS Bellerophon. He believed the British would allow him to retire in England. He was wrong. The British government, fearing he might escape again, decided to send him to one of the most remote places on Earth, St. Helena, a volcanic rock in the South Atlantic, thousands of kilometers from the nearest land. There, he would spend the rest of his life. In October, Napoleon arrived at St. Helena. He was 46 years old. He would live there for less than 6 years. St. Helena is a prison, even if not in name. Napoleon lived in Longwood House, a damp, musty dwelling. He was surrounded by British guards. Governor Sir Hudson Lowe treated him more like a prisoner than a former emperor. Small humiliations, petty cruelties. Napoleon hated it, but he adapted. He began his final campaign, not with a sword, but with a pen. He dictated his memoirs. He rewrote his history. He shaped the narrative he wanted the world to remember. This is the third lesson. Control your story, even after defeat. Napoleon could not change what had happened, but he could shape how it was remembered. He portrayed himself as a defender of ideals, a revolutionary defeated by jealous tyrants, a hero fighting for civilization against barbarism. Some of his claims were true. Many were exaggerated. Some were outright lies. But it didn't matter. He controlled the narrative, his version. The Napoleonic legend would influence generations to come. Napoleon's health deteriorated on St. Helena. He suffered from stomach pains, nausea, and weakness. His doctors disagreed on the diagnosis. Stomach ulcer, cancer. Some would later speculate about arsenic poisoning, hinting at murder. The truth may be simpler. His father died of stomach cancer. Napoleon may have had a genetic predisposition. The damp, unhealthy climate of St. Helena accelerated the illness. By early 1821, he was clearly dying. On May 5th, he passed away. He was 51. His last words reportedly were France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine. Even at the end, his thoughts returned to the themes of his life: power, glory, love. He was buried in a simple grave on St. Helena, but that would not be his final resting place. In 1840, 19 years later, the French government brought Napoleon's remains back to Paris. King Louis-Philippe, seeking to use Napoleon's legacy for legitimacy, authorized the return. It was a grand ceremony. Napoleon's coffin was placed in Les Invalides, the great military monument. Hundreds of thousands of Parisians lined the streets to pay their respects. Napoleon, dead and defeated, was more popular than Louis-Philippe alive and ruling. This is the fourth lesson. Legacy outlasts life. Napoleon's actual power ended in 1815, but his symbolic power grew. He became a legend, a myth, a symbol. People forgot the horrors of war. They remembered the glory. They forgot the dictatorship. They remembered the reforms. Selective memory creates heroes, even from complex realities. So how do we judge Napoleon? Is he a hero or a villain, a liberator or a tyrant? The answer is, he is all of these. Napoleon's legacy is profoundly contradictory. On the positive side, the Napoleonic Code, which still forms the basis of 2/3 of the world's legal systems. The merit system, which broke the monopoly of the aristocracy and allowed talent to rise, secular education, which freed learning from church control. The abolition of feudalism in the lands he conquered. Religious tolerance, albeit imperfect, a central bank and modern fiscal system. An efficient administrative bureaucracy. All of these are genuine achievements that improved the lives of millions. But the negative side is equally real. 3 to 6 million people died in his wars. This represents 6% of Europe's population during Napoleon's time. Entire cities were destroyed. Economies were ruined. Families were torn apart. Then came specific atrocities. The massacre at Jaffa. The restoration of slavery in Haiti. Napoleon sent troops to suppress the Haitian Revolution, attempting to reinstate slavery. This failed, but at the cost of tens of thousands of lives. This was the ultimate betrayal of revolutionary ideals. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Unless you were black. The brutality in Spain, recorded by Goya in his paintings. The Russian campaign, where 500,000 men were sent to die in a futile invasion. All of this because of one man's ambition. This is the fifth lesson. Greatness and horror are not mutually exclusive. The same person can create enduring institutions and cause immense suffering. We cannot only celebrate achievements or only condemn crimes. We must acknowledge both simultaneously. Napoleon did things that made the world better. He also did things that made the world worse. Both are part of his legacy. So, what do we learn from Napoleon's complete life? Not just his rise or peak, but the entire arc, from Corsica to St. Helena. First, talent can break through ceilings. Napoleon achieved everything from nothing. In a rigid society, this was impossible. But in revolutionary chaos, talent could rise. This is a message of hope. Your origins need not define your future, but this comes with a warning. A meritocracy can become a new oligarchy. Today's elites are yesterday's outsiders, but their children will be tomorrow's privileged. Breaking one ceiling merely creates another, unless the system is constantly reformed to ensure genuine equal opportunity. Second, know your hyphasis river. Alexander the Great's army refused to advance further at the Hyphasis River in India. Alexander wanted to continue. His men said, "Enough." He had to turn back. That saved his legacy. Napoleon never found his Hyphasis River. He always wanted more Spain. Russia, the 100 Days. He could not stop. That insatiability destroyed him. Modern leaders must learn to recognize the moment of enough, when to consolidate rather than expand, when to protect achievements rather than risk everything for more. In business, this means knowing when not to enter a new market. In politics, it means knowing when not to fight another war. In personal life, it means knowing when to be content with what you have. This is not a lack of ambition, it is wisdom. Third, systems outlast individuals. Napoleon's empire lasted a decade. His code lasted 2 centuries. Why? Because good systems don't depend on any one person. They create structures that can operate without their creator. If you want to leave a lasting legacy, don't build something that relies on your personal genius. Build systems others can carry forward. This applies to everything: companies, governments, non-profits. The best leaders train their replacements. They create systems that thrive without them. Ego-driven leaders make everything depend on them. When they leave, everything collapses. Napoleon did both. His legal and educational reforms were systemic. His empire was personal. Guess which one survived? Fourth, moral complexity is real. We live in an era that craves simple narratives, heroes and villains, good people and bad people. But real people are complex. Napoleon did great things and terrible things. We cannot simply choose one narrative, we must hold both. This is morally uncomfortable, but it is honest. When we evaluate any historical figure or any contemporary leader, we need to ask, what good did they do? What harm did they cause? Who benefited? Who suffered? The truth is always more complicated than any simple story. Learning to live within that complexity is a mark of maturity. Fifth, how you fail matters. Napoleon had 2 chances to fail with dignity. In 1814, when his marshals pleaded with him, he could have abdicated and retired comfortably in France. Instead, he fled to Elba and plotted his return. In 1815, he could have escaped to America after Waterloo and lived in peace. Instead, he surrendered to the British and ended up on St. Helena. Why did he make these choices? Because he could not accept defeat. His ego needed to keep fighting, even when the odds were hopeless. This was the tragic flaw, learning to fail, recognizing when it is over. And moving on, these are crucial life skills. Not every battle is worth fighting. Not every defeat requires revenge. Sometimes, the bravest thing is to accept failure and rebuild. Napoleon never learned that. Sixth, history is not the past, it is alive. Napoleon's choices still affect us. The legal ideas he spread, the nations he created, the nationalism he inspired, the modern warfare he demonstrated. All of these shape our world today. When European nations attempt to unify in the European Union, they are pursuing Napoleon's dream. But through peace rather than war, when business schools teach strategy, they study Napoleon's campaigns. When leaders face the choice of when to advance and when to retreat, they grapple with the same dilemmas Napoleon wrestled with. Understanding history is not about learning a dead past, it is about understanding the living present. Napoleon is not merely a museum figure. He is the living embodiment of questions we are still answering today. If we had to sum up Napoleon in one sentence, what would it be? Perhaps this. He was an imperfect man who pursued greatness imperfectly. He had extraordinary talents. He also had fatal flaws. He built things that lasted. He also destroyed things that could never be recovered. He inspired millions. He also killed millions. This contradiction is not a problem to be solved. It is the essence of the human condition. We all contain contradictions. We are all capable of great and terrible things. Napoleon simply displayed, on a larger scale, what lies within all of us. Studying him is not about learning how to be him. No one should aspire to be Napoleon. Rather, it is about learning to recognize those qualities, both good and bad, within ourselves and our leaders. To recognize when ambition drives innovation and when it drives destruction. To recognize when talent builds and when it destroys. To recognize when confidence is strength and when it is blindness. Napoleon has been dead for 2 centuries. Yet the questions he raised are still alive. Should talent triumph over birthright? If so, how do we prevent new elites? When is ambition healthy? And when is it toxic? How can leaders avoid the echo chambers their success creates? How do institutions survive their creators? How do we judge those who have done both good and evil? When is risk-taking worthwhile, and when is it reckless? When should we advance, and when should we consolidate? When is enough truly enough? These are not merely historical questions. They are the questions you face today, in your career, your organization, your life. Napoleon cannot give you the answers, but his story, told in full, can help you ask the right questions. And the right questions are often more valuable than simple answers. Napoleon Bonaparte, Corsican refugee, Emperor of France, conqueror of Europe, legal reformer, war criminal, genius, madman, hero, villain. He was all of these. He was none of these. He is a mirror of human capability and human frailty, magnified to historical scale. His legacy is not a template for imitation. It is an invitation for reflection on power, ambition, legacy, and the eternal difficulty of doing the right thing in a complex world. This, ultimately, is what we learn from Napoleon's complete life. Let us gather all the lessons from this long journey, from a poor boy in Corsica to the Emperor of Europe, from the peak of victory to a lonely death. What does Napoleon's life teach us? The first core lesson, talent, can break through ceilings, but it can also create new ones. Napoleon rose from nothing to achieve everything. In a rigid society, this would have been impossible. But in the chaos of revolution, talent can ascend. This is a message of hope. Your origins need not define your future. Napoleon proved this. He was an outsider from Corsica, a poor minor noble, an immigrant with a thick accent. Yet, he reached the summit through sheer talent. This has inspired countless people. If he could do it, why can't you? But this comes with a warning. The merit system can become a new oligarchy. Napoleon created a system based on achievement, but those who succeeded ensured their children would succeed too. Today's elites are yesterday's outsiders, but their children will be tomorrow's privileged. Breaking one ceiling only creates another, unless the system is constantly reformed to ensure true equal opportunity. This is what we are still grappling with today. We say we believe in merit, but our society is full of hidden advantages that wealthy families pass on to their children. The problem Napoleon created, we have yet to solve. The second core revelation, know your Hyphasis River. Alexander the Great's army refused to advance further at the Hyphasis River in India. Alexander wanted to continue. His men said enough, he had to turn back. That saved his legacy. Had he pushed on, he might have failed and died in India, forgotten as an overreaching madman. Instead, he turned back at his peak, remembered as a conqueror. Napoleon never found his Hyphasis River, he always wanted more. Avtilsid in 1807, he controlled most of Europe. He could have stopped there, consolidated reforms, enjoyed his achievements, built a lasting peace. But he could he invaded Spain. He invaded Russia. He returned from Elba for the 100 days each time. He pushed too far. That dissatisfaction destroyed him. This is Napoleon's most important lesson. Know when to stop. Know when to say, this is enough. Know when to consolidate rather than expand. In business, this means knowing when not to enter a new market even if it seems tempting. In politics, it means knowing when not to fight another war, even if you believe you would win. In personal life, it means knowing when to be content with what you have, rather than always craving more. This is not a lack of ambition, it is wisdom. It is understanding that more is not always better. It is recognizing that protecting what you have is sometimes more important than risking it for more. Napoleon never learned this. If he had, he would have retired in peace as one of Europe's greatest rulers. Instead, he died on a rock in the South Atlantic. The third core insight: systems outlast individuals. Napoleon's empire lasted a decade. His code has endured for 2 centuries and is still in use. Why? Because good systems do not rely on any single person. They create frameworks that can function without their creators. Napoleon's military genius was irreplaceable. When he fell, his empire collapsed. But his legal reforms were systematic. They did not require Napoleon to keep operating. Any trained judge could apply the code. Any competent administrator could run the bureaucracy he established. That is why these systems have survived. This is a lesson for anyone who wants to leave a lasting legacy. Do not build something that relies on your personal genius. Build systems that others can continue. Train your replacements, create processes that can thrive without you. Document knowledge, decentralize power. This applies to everything. Company founders must build companies that can operate without them. Political leaders must build institutions that do not depend on their charisma. Parents must teach their children how to think for themselves, not just obey. The best leaders make themselves unnecessary. The systems they build are so robust that they can continue without them. Ego-driven leaders make everything dependent on them. When they leave, everything collapses. Napoleon did both. His legal and educational reforms were institutional. His empire was personal. Guess which one survived? The fourth core insight: moral complexity is real, and we must learn to hold it. We live in an era that craves simple narratives, heroes and villains, good people and bad people. Which was Napoleon? The answer is, he was both. Napoleon did things that improved the lives of millions. His code gave ordinary people legal rights. His education system opened doors to upward mobility. Where he abolished feudalism, peasants owned land for the first time. But he also caused immense suffering. 3 to 6 million people died in his wars. He reinstated slavery in Haiti. He massacred prisoners at Jaffa. He sent hundreds of thousands to die in Russia for his ambition. We cannot choose just one narrative. We must hold both. This is morally uncomfortable. We want clarity. We want to say Napoleon was good or bad. But the truth is complex. He was both good and bad. Acknowledging this is a sign of maturity. This applies to all historical figures, as well as our leaders today. When evaluating any leader, we need to ask, what good did they do? What harm did they cause? Who benefited? Who suffered? The answers are rarely simple. Learning to live in that complexity, in that uncertainty, in the recognition that good and evil can coexist in the same person, is wisdom. Refusing that complexity, insisting on a simple narrative, is childish. The fifth core insight: overconfidence is fatal. Respect your limits. Napoleon failed in Russia and Spain, not due to a lack of resources, armies, or talent. He failed because he believed his genius could overcome any obstacle. He assumed he could conquer anyone if he just tried hard enough. He was wrong. Some challenges are too great, even for geniuses. The scale of Russia, the People's War in Spain. These were not problems solvable by better tactics or greater courage. They were structural, geographical, cultural realities that defied military solutions. Napoleon's problem was that he stopped listening to warnings. He surrounded himself with people who said yes. He marginalized those who disagreed. He created an echo chamber where he only heard reflections of his own thoughts. This happens to many successful leaders at their peak. Their early successes make them believe they are always right. They stop seeking criticism. They stop questioning their assumptions. They become disconnected from reality. Then they make huge mistakes that any clear-headed person could see. Napoleon's generals knew Russia was a bad idea, but they dared not strongly oppose it. Here is the lesson. Build your critics. Seek out those who disagree with you. Create systems where bad news can reach you. Stay humble. Even in success, once you start believing your own myth, you are on the path to failure. The sixth core insight: narrative is as important as reality. Control the story, and you control the legacy. Napoleon was one of history's greatest propagandists. He understood that controlling how the story was told was just as crucial as controlling what actually happened. The Egyptian campaign, a military disaster. But Napoleon reframed it as a scientific and cultural adventure. The discovery of the Rosetta Stone was emphasized. Military failures were minimized. The result, Egypt, was remembered as an achievement. Not a failure, Marengo. A narrow victory, almost a defeat, saved by Desaix's luck and sacrifice. But Napoleon rewrote it as a triumph of brilliant planning. He commissioned paintings showing him calmly in command. He created the myth. The myth became reality, at least in the public mind. Even on St. Helena as a defeated prisoner, Napoleon continued to fight his final battle for his legacy. He dictated his memoirs. He rewrote history. He portrayed himself as the martyr of ideals, the hero defeated by jealous tyrants. He succeeded. The Napoleonic legend, largely of his own making, influenced generations to come. This is a lesson for modern leaders. Communication matters. Narrative matters. You cannot just do good work and expect people to notice. You must tell the story of your work. You must frame your achievements. You must manage perceptions. This is not dishonesty. It is acknowledging the reality that we live in a world shaped by stories, not just facts. But there is a caveat. The narrative should be based on truth. You can frame and emphasize. You cannot fabricate. In the short term, lies may work. In the long term, the truth emerges. Some of Napoleon's myths have been dismantled. We now know how often he manipulated the truth. That part has weakened his legacy. The seventh core insight: systems are more powerful than individual genius. Distributed beats centralized. Napoleon built an empire reliant on his personal genius. As long as he was at his peak, it worked. He could think faster, move quicker, and fight smarter than any opponent. But one man can only do so much. He cannot be everywhere. He cannot fight every battle. When the Allies dispersed his forces in 1813-14, the system collapsed. In contrast, the Allies were systematic. Many generals, many armies, coordinated, yet independent. Their strategy: avoid Napoleon himself, attack his marshals. Even if he won in one place, they struck elsewhere. This was a distributed system against a centralized one. In the end, distributed won. This has profound implications for modern organizations. Companies or governments built around a single individual are fragile. If that person leaves, falls ill, or dies, the entire structure risks collapse. What happens to Apple after Steve Jobs? What happens to Tesla after Elon Musk? Any organization built around a personal genius faces existential risk when that genius departs. True resilience comes from systems, processes, cultures, and institutions that never rely on any one person. No matter how brilliant, this doesn't mean leadership is unimportant. It means the best leaders build systems that can function without them. They train successors. They decentralize decision making. They create redundancy. They make themselves unnecessary. That is the mark of true greatness. The eighth and final core lesson: learn to fail. Know when to let go. Napoleon had two opportunities to fail with dignity. In 1814, when his marshals pleaded with him, he could have abdicated and retired comfortably in France. He would have been remembered as a great conqueror and reformer, finding peace in defeat. Instead, he fled to Elba and plotted his return. In 1815, after Waterloo, he could have escaped to America and started a new life. Thousands of French refugees would have welcomed him. He could have written, taught, and perhaps even wielded influence in the New World. Instead, he surrendered to the British, ultimately dying slowly as a prisoner on St. Helena. Why did he make these choices? Because he could not accept failure. His ego needed to keep fighting, even when the odds were hopeless. This is the tragic flaw. Many successful people share it. They cannot let go. They cannot accept that things are over. They keep fighting long past the point when it makes sense. This happens in business. Entrepreneurs cannot accept that their startup has failed. They pour more money, more time, making the failure worse. This happens in relationships. People cling to dead marriages because they have invested so much. This happens in careers. People cling to jobs they hate because they fear change. Learning to fail, to admit when something is over, to let go and move on, is one of the key skills of life. Not every battle is worth fighting. Not every dream can be realized. Sometimes, the bravest thing is to accept defeat and rebuild. Napoleon never learned that. If he had, his later years would have been very different. Perhaps happier. Certainly more dignified. History is not a dead past. It is a living present. Napoleon's choices still influence our world today. The legal ideas he spread-shaped. Modern judicial systems. The nations he created. The unification of Italy and Germany occurred decades after his death, but along the lines he drew. The nationalism he inspired, both a force of liberation and destruction, shaped the 19th and 20th centuries. The modern warfare he demonstrated, with mass conscript armies, total war, and ideological conflict, reached its terrifying conclusion in the First and Second World Wars. Understanding Napoleon is not about studying a dead past. It is about understanding a living present. When European nations unite under the European Union, they are pursuing Napoleon's dream, but through peace rather than war. When business schools teach strategy, they study Napoleon's campaigns. When leaders face the choice of when to advance and when to retreat, they grapple with the same dilemmas Napoleon wrestled with. When we debate meritocracy versus hereditary privilege, we are revisiting the questions Napoleon raised, but left unresolved. When strongman leaders rise in times of crisis, we see the Napoleonic model repeating itself. Napoleon is not merely a museum figure. He is the living embodiment of questions we are still answering today. That is why studying him matters, not to worship him, not to imitate him, but to learn from the questions he posed and try to answer them better. If we had to sum up Napoleon in one sentence, what would it be? Perhaps this. He was an imperfect man who pursued greatness imperfectly. He possessed extraordinary talents, strategic genius, tireless energy, remarkable charisma, mastery of detail, the ability to think on a grand scale. He also had fatal flaws, insatiable ambition, impatience with criticism, belief in his own myth, an inability to delegate, a refusal to acknowledge limits. He built things that endured: the civil code, the education system, the administrative bureaucracy, the idea of merit, modern warfare. He also destroyed things beyond repair: millions of lives, entire nations, Enlightenment ideals, the possibility of his own legacy. He inspired millions, showing them that talent could triumph over birth, that one man could change the world. He also killed millions in futile wars for the ambition of his glory. This contradiction is not a problem to be solved. It is the essence of the human condition. We all contain contradictions. We are all capable of great and terrible things. Napoleon merely displayed, on a grander scale, what lies within all of us. To study him is not to learn how to become him, No one should try to be Napoleon. The world does not need another Napoleon. Rather, to study him is to learn how to recognize those qualities, both good and bad, in ourselves and in our leaders. To recognize when ambition drives innovation and when it drives destruction. To recognize when talent builds and when it merely serves the self. To recognize when confidence is strength and when it is blindness. To recognize when leadership serves the people and when it merely seeks power. These are timeless questions. Each generation must answer them for itself. Napoleon cannot give us the answers. But his story, told fully, in all its complexity and contradiction, can help us ask the right questions. So, what message does Napoleon's life hold for today's leaders, entrepreneurs, politicians, and anyone with ambition? First, pursue greatness. Napoleon shows us what is possible. Do not let anyone tell you your dreams are too big. Do not let your origins limit your ambitions. Talent is real. Hard work matters. You can reach extraordinary heights. But second, know your limits. Napoleon also shows us what happens when limits are ignored. Some things are impossible, even for geniuses. Some risks are too great. Respect reality, heed warnings, stay humble, even in success. Third, build systems, not empires. If you want to leave a lasting legacy, create systems that don't depend on you. Train successors, document knowledge, decentralize power. Your talents will die. But good systems can last for centuries. Fourth, maintain moral clarity. The ends do not justify the means. Not all problems can be solved by force. Some lines should not be crossed, even if they are convenient in the short term. In the long run, these compromises will undermine everything you're trying to build. Fifth, know when enough is enough. The hardest decision is not when to advance. That is easy. The hardest decision is when to stop. When to be satisfied with what you have achieved. When to consolidate rather than continue expanding that wisdom. The wisdom Napoleon never grasped may be the difference between success and happiness. Napoleon has been dead for 2 centuries. Yet the questions he raised remain alive. Should talent triumph over birthright? If so, how do we prevent the rise of a new elite? When is ambition healthy? And when does it become toxic? How can leaders avoid the echo chambers their success creates? How do institutions outlive their creators? How do we judge those who have done both good and evil? When is risk-taking worthwhile? And when is it reckless? When should we push forward? And when should we consolidate? When is enough truly enough? These are not merely historical questions. They are the questions you face today. In your career, your organization, your life. Napoleon cannot give you the answers. No one can. Because the answers to these questions depend on context, values, and circumstances. But the story of Napoleon told in full can help you ask the right questions. It can show the consequences of different choices. It can illustrate timeless dilemmas. It can serve as a mirror, allowing you to examine your own choices and your own era. This, ultimately, is why we study history, not to memorize dates and battles, but to understand the human condition, to see that the same choices we face today have been confronted countless times before, to learn how those choices ended, for better or worse, to use that knowledge to make better choices in our own lives and in our own time. Napoleon Bonaparte, Corsican refugee, French emperor, conqueror of Europe, legal reformer, war criminal, genius, madman, hero, villain. He was all of these. He was none of these. He is a mirror of human capability and human frailty, magnified to historical scale. His legacy is not a template for imitation. It is an invitation for reflection on power, ambition, legacy, and the perennial difficulty of doing the right thing in a complex world. His story does not end. It continues every time we examine his life and ask, what can we learn? It continues every time we face the choices he faced, to advance or retreat, to risk or consolidate, talent or character, personal glory or the common. History does not repeat itself. Mark Twain is said to have remarked, but it rhymes. The rhymes of Napoleon echo in our times. Strongman leaders rising in crises, the struggle between talent and privilege, the balance between ambition and contentment, the choice between legacy and immediate success. These rhymes, these patterns, recur. The question is, will we heed the lessons, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes? It is up to us. Napoleon's story is both a warning and an inspiration. A warning about the perils of unchecked ambition, an inspiration about what one man can achieve. Both are true, both are necessary. Learning history is not about finding simple answers. It is about learning to ask better questions, and the right questions, like those posed by Napoleon's life, are often more valuable than simple answers. That, ultimately, is what we learn from Napoleon's full life. Not how to be him, but how to live better than he did. With his ambition, but also with the wisdom he lacked. With his talent, but also with the moral clarity he abandoned. With his boldness, but also with the wisdom to know when to stop. A wisdom he never mastered. That is the legacy. That is the lesson. That is the story we continue. Each generation striving to do better than the one before.